Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats as the third day of the Bhutan Innovation Forum is about to begin. Pola, a very warm welcome and a Shana Tova. Happy Jewish New Year to our Jewish friends. It's wonderful to see you all back here for the final day of the Bhutan Innovation Forum. It may be our final day, but we have an absolutely packed show for you. Yesterday was truly fascinating, wasn't it? It was wonderful to have Evan Spiegel here on stage, revealing how Snapchat now reaches over 60% of 18 to 24-year-olds here in Bhutan, which is news to me. It was great listening to him on innovation and entrepreneurship, our theme today. And forget a mic drop, who could forget that banana skin drop on this stage from Nobel laureate Konstantin Novoselov. His analogy couldn't have been clearer. It's really important to step on those banana skins to make unexpected discoveries.
Yeah, that took us all by surprise, Samantha. Kuzuzang Pola, Shana Tova, to our Jewish friends. I wonder what will be in store today with the theme of entrepreneurship and sustainability. We've had some stern warnings about climate risks for decades now, and we'll check in on how that's going with a world-renowned expert in the field. We'll be digging into the global energy transition with a world-famous mining entrepreneur. Another day, another Nobel Prize winner. Today's discovered split genes, Samantha. You won't want to miss that chat. Then there's the Bhutan brand, resources and carbon offsets to look at. And after lunch, we'll be focusing on sustainable investments and investment strategies. And then a party.
A party? What party? I haven't had an invitation.
No, relax, relax. Everyone's invited, Samantha, including you. It's a celebratory reception for all of us. It's a gathering just after 4 p.m. today in the Founders Courtyard. There'll be complimentary wine, momos, exhibits, archery, and a bonfire, and even more networking up here in the clouds. It's not as if you haven't been invited to somebody's birthday party.
Actually, Mark, as you say that, you've just reminded me. It's actually my son Zevi's 14th birthday today.
Oh, my goodness. Well, what are we going to do? You're here.
Do you know what? I am here, and I would really appreciate it if we could all say happy birthday to him, and I'm going to video it so I can send it to him.
All right.
So he is called Zevi. Just a happy birthday, Zevi, would be fantastic. So here we go. Let's see if we can get everybody in it.
Is everybody ready? 3, 2,
Hang on, wait, not
1.
recording.
Happy birthday, Zevi!
Oh, thank you.
They're good. They're good.
They were really good.
You can come again. You can come again. He'd be really interested in what's coming up next, Zevi, and his generation too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really key to all the younger people today.
And that's because despite Bhutan being a carbon negative country, the world's first, calls for carbon reduction seem to fall on deaf ears still. And that's why we begin this morning with a fireside chat with an economist who has been highlighting climate risks for years and years. Please welcome onto the stage Lord Nicholas Stern. So as we've said today, we're focusing on entrepreneurship and sustainability. To discuss managing climate risks and promoting sustainability, I'm delighted to be joined by the highly distinguished economist and academic, Lord Nicholas Stern. Lord Stern, of all the climate risks to manage, Hurricane Himalayan across the southeastern states in America is the latest to hit the headlines. It also dominated that vice presidential debate too. You have been tracking these risks and warned something needed to be done for almost 20 years now. How do you define sustainability?
It's the right way to begin, Mark. The climate risks, our climate action, our economic development are all within the story of sustainability. And just as our wonderful Buddhist monk friends started the first day with saying, well, what does mindfulness mean? Starting this day with asking the question, what does sustainability mean, has to be the right way. And if we're clear or more clear about what it means, actually the actions that we have to take follow pretty quickly from understanding what it means. So sustainability is offering to the next generation opportunities at least as good as the ones that we had, assuming they behave in the same way to the generations that follow. That immediately tells us what are the opportunities that they face shaped by, determined by. Well, they're determined by the endowments that we leave them with. That means the physical capital around the electricity generation and the roads and the buildings and the transport and so on. The second is the human capital, education and health. And of course, here in Bhutan, education and health really have seen very impressive progress. So physical capital, human capital, natural capital, our woods and our oceans and our rivers, what actually shapes us. The whole biodiversity, natural capital, climate thing, development story is all integrated. They're not separate subjects. So physical capital, human capital, natural capital, and extremely important, the social and cultural capital. How we live together, what our social cohesion is like, what trust is there in our institutions, and what trustfulness is there in our institutions. How do we behave towards each other? These are all stocks. They're endowments. And these 4 endowments are what we leave. And that defines sustainability, but it also defines the agenda, because you've got to look after those 4 endowments, and you have to understand the meaning of opportunity. And here, I think, the language of Amartya Sen, a great philosopher, economist, he said, what matters is the opportunity, the capability of pursuing a life that you have reason to value. And on the very first day, we started to understand what the pursuit of a life we have reason to value means. So once you have some clarity of the definition, your job, your to-do list is defined, and what it is that you have to look after is defined. But it's very much an action agenda. It's not a passive stopping agenda. It's investing in physical capital, human capital, natural capital, and our social and cultural capital. So if you just start with a one-sentence definition, you actually get a pretty clear action agenda, and you have the very clear lesson that climate action and biodiversity action are not in conflict with economic and social development. There's no horse race. To suggest that there's a horse race actually is very destructive.
Interesting, you say it's on us to leave the world in a state where we found it. In 2006, your review on climate change argued the benefits of strong and early action far outweigh the economic costs of not acting. In 2009, I remember hearing you speak out about the international deadlock on climate change. It's now 15 years later, in 2024. How are we doing?
It's mixed. It's not total negative. It's mixed. The technology has been remarkable. The clean is now, in terms of technology, the clean is cheaper than the dirty across about a third of our emissions, particularly in the power sector. And the clean is just cheaper than the dirty. In the next 10 years, that statement that the clean is cheaper than the dirty will probably apply to something like 2/3 of the emissions, particularly around transport. Because basically in transport, we're very close to there with the clean being cheaper than the dirty. But there's lots of investment to do, of course, to make that happen. So the technology has gone far faster than I think we thought 20 years ago. We did not think that the world's major car industries had been forced to recognize that the era of the internal combustion engine is over. It's a totally inefficient way of you have a radiator to throw away the heat. You have pistons that go up and down and get worn out. Compare that with the electricity stories. So that technology has been very strong. The climate science has become ever more worrying. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has now given 6 reports. They started in, it was formed in 1988. These come every 5-6 years. Each one has been more worrying than the last. And now, 20 years later, much more so than 20 years ago when we did the Stern Review, there is the direct experience of individuals. You spoke about the hurricane right at the beginning. People now recognize climate change in a way they didn't so much 20 years ago. So technology better, much better than we anticipated. The science, I was accused of scaremongering 20 years ago. We underestimated the risks. We really and we said they were very worrying, deeply worrying then. They're still more worrying now. The science has shown that it's ever more worrying. And particularly, we're getting close, we don't know how close, but we're getting close to tipping points. Tipping point could be the collapse of the Amazon forest system. It's a forest system, and if you take away 25, 30, 35% of it, the rest could collapse with disastrous consequences. We may be quite close, we don't know. The melting of particularly the melting of the Antarctic ice sheets, which would mean they'd slide off into the sea, and then you get sea level rise very quickly. And the thermal expansion gives you slow sea level rise. But you remember Archimedes' principle when you were a young student. You know? So these tipping points, the thawing of the permafrost, and the release of the methane. So we could be close to something that could run away with us. The next 10 or 15 years, particularly around the infrastructure which will be built in emerging markets and developing countries, that 10 or 15 years will be really decisive in whether we're... So it's, even though it sounds like a long-term thing, this next decade is extremely important, particularly in emerging markets and developing countries. Finally, politically, 2009, you mentioned Copenhagen, you know, which was cold, quarrelsome, chaotic. That was COP15. COP21 in Paris was very important. And it actually got people to understand that there is a picture of the future which looks very different. And I'm convinced that that was a big part in the technological advance, because people saw that this can't go on like this. There is an understanding of that have to change. It's not universal, it's not strong enough, but it gave a sense of direction. So, and COP26 in Glasgow, which brought the private sector in a very big way, shifted the horizons more to 1.5 than 2 degrees centigrade increases. So politically, it's varied, but politically, we've had a presidency of Donald Trump, and God help us, there's not another one. I don't even have a vote in the UK because I'm a member of the House of Lords, but you know, voting matters. We've had Bolsonaro in Brazil. We've got Putin, who doesn't care about this stuff at all. But we've got China building out its clean electricity at a fantastic rate. You've got India, which it's mixed, but their leadership, their presidency of the G20 last year was quite sincerely organized around sustainability. At the same time, you've got countries that are a little bit worried about what they committed themselves to and step back a bit. So the politics is complicated. So technology, very good. Science, still more worrying. Politics, varied, but a growing understanding, even if there are ups and downs.
Don't forget, you can get your questions to Lord Stern, which I'll read out towards the end of the panel. You need to scan the barcode there. You can ask him anything. He's a professor at LSE. He gets questions of all nature all the time. So do ask your very best questions, scan the barcode, and send me those. You touched on it there with the emerging markets. Is that the biggest opportunity to fix this over the next 10 to 15 years? And what would you like to see next?
Absolutely, yes. That is where our future is in large measure determined. The rich countries have an enormous responsibility for the dirty growth paths that we have followed. They have to reduce their emissions very strongly, very sharply, but equally important, they have an obligation to support the transition in the emerging markets and developing countries. They will have to follow a different path of development than the dirty, destructive model that the rich countries followed. But there's a huge opportunity. The Indian infrastructure in 2050, if you imagine how big it will be with the cities and the transport and so on, 80% of that Indian infrastructure will be built between now and then. 80%. If that's built in a dirty, destructive way, and similarly with other emerging markets and developing countries, then our future is grim. If it's built in a different way, then India, other emerging markets, developing countries, have a much more attractive development path. Cities where you can move and breathe. That sounds like a good idea if you've never even heard of climate change. But they're going to be much more productive. Ecosystems which are robust and fruitful. Now, this is a story of much lower cost energy because the clean is cheaper than the dirty and the cost is going down. This is a path of development which is much better than the dirty, destructive models of the past. But you have to invest to get there. You don't run down the dirty until you've built the clean. So this is a story in this next 10 or 15 years of really big investment in very different ways than the past. But we can see what to do. We can see the opportunities. So the challenge now is to create the conditions for that investment to take place and have big flows of finance. Much of it will be private sector. The majority will be private sector finance from rich countries to emerging markets and developing countries. We can see it now. Now the challenge is to make it happen. But the failure, the risk of failure, the consequences of failure are immense, particularly for this part of the world and the Himalayas and so on. The consequences of failure are immense. Hundreds of millions of people would have to move. Consequences of failure are immense. Hundreds of millions of people would have to move. That could ignite conflicts across the globe. The prize of success is this much more attractive, different form of development. So this next 10, 15, 20 years are absolutely decisive, and it's our responsibility is with us. Bhutan is showing us the way.
Well, you mentioned this part of the world. You mentioned India. You've spent over half a century visiting India. This is your first time, though, isn't it, crossing the border into Bhutan, the world's first carbon negative country. What do you think of Bhutan's approach to development so far?
Inspirational. I mean, if you think of the meaning of sustainability and it being shaped by physical capital, human capital, natural capital, social, cultural capital, I think Bhutan is the only place I know that's done well on all four. And partly it's done well by taking the fourth and putting it to the first. Yeah? The social and cultural side has led the others. And that, I think, is an important...
It's unusual.
Is unusual. It's often a footnote or not mentioned at all. But to put it first, I think, has helped shape the way you invest in your physical capital, how you educate your children and look after their health, and of course how you protect your natural capital, which Bhutan has done extremely well. So it's the only place I know that you can say has done well on all four of those things. In terms of intellectual and philosophical leadership, the Sustainable Development Goals, which are a good description of what development means in terms of living standards, in terms of health and education, in terms of the environment, in terms of equalities of various kinds, including gender and so on. They're actually quite a good statement. The world adopted those in 2015, yeah? Now, this story is almost 40 years old here. So that intellectual and philosophical leadership has been very important. 2 or 3 decades ahead of everybody else. And the delivery on looking after all of those endowments for our next generation has been remarkable. But of course, there are problems of success. What happens when you educate your children well, right? They look often for broader horizons. They look for the exciting new activities on a world stage. So Bhutan, and it's not the only place that faces this problem, but because it's done very well, particularly around education, it has a problem of success, is offering its younger people opportunities within Bhutan.
You mentioned the Himalayas under threat. It's obviously a part of the world affecting Bhutan. What do you mean by that? What is the threat?
Well, the climate change threatens us through water and heat in large measure, and the impact of those things on biodiversity and our natural environment, and of course on ourselves as human beings. If you just take the heat, but I'll concentrate more on the water, but those of you who are fortunate enough to spend the summer in Delhi will have realized temperatures close to 50 degrees centigrade. Big parts of India and China, and of course much more than India and China, will be, from the point of view of heat, possibly unlivable 30 or 40 years from now. Unlivable in the sense that the so-called wet bulb temperature, which is a combination of heat and humidity, will be above 35 degrees. Now, it's a combination of heat and humidity. If that happens, you cannot live outside for more than 4 or 5 hours. You die, right? So big parts will be uninhabitable from the point of view of heat. We can't all be inside with air conditioning, right? But turning to the water, the Himalayas, the snow and the ice on the Himalayas is a great sponge. As we all know, this is a place which gets wet, right? And it's the sponge of the snow and the ice and the glaciers that control the flow. Well, if that sponge goes, or big parts of it go, through the loss of the snow and the ice, then you have unmanageable torrents during the rainy seasons and dry rivers and the other parts of the seasons. The North Indian monsoon would likely be completely disturbed. All the climate reasons for being where we are would be undermined and possibly destroyed. If you take the great rivers, you know, if you go round, as we know in Bhutan, you have to go round clockwise. If you start with the Yellow and the Yangtze and the Mekong and the Ganges and the Yamuna and the Indus, those are rivers that look after hundreds of millions or billions of people. If those are disturbed in the way that I described, if you think of the foothills, you know, we're mostly here in Bhutan, up in the hills, but there's important foothills. Controlling the torrents coming off those and their disruption to the whole foothills, the Indo-Gangetic Plain, where I've spent much of my life working in a village in UP in Moradabad district. You know, those whole areas, the reasons for people living as they are, the reasons for people living where they are, the possibility of them living where they are is undermined. And, you know, people talk about the two poles. There's a third pole here, the most important pole in the world, which is the Himalayas. And as that snow and ice goes, the consequences for this whole region and where people can live and how they can live could be enormous. We're already seeing some of it. Just at 1.2 degrees, we're seeing some of it. So if, as is likely, unless we change very quickly, we go above 2 degrees, the consequences here could be enormous. So you have to invest to adapt, and we must, as a world, act so that the most difficult dangers are avoided. The good news is we know what to do, yeah? And on top of that, it's a much more attractive way of living and developing.
But you say invest to adapt. Some of these places affected don't have the money. So what responsibility is there on rich nations to pay? It's something you've been looking at for many years. I mean, what is the state of climate financing?
Not good, but I've been working with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC and the COPs, and with, you know, the World Bank and the IMF and the other multilateral development banks, and with the private sector, to try to help create the conditions where the flows of finance for development, mitigation, adaptation, all wrapped up together, because you can't separate, you shouldn't separate. And with my colleagues, Amar Bhattacharya, Veerasongwe, and others, we've argued that the flow of finance from the rich world to the poorer world should be around $1 trillion a year by 2030. Now, it's way below that now.
Where do you think it is now?
Well, it's probably more like 150 or 200 now. What's going to release that is the conditions for investment, so that entrepreneurs can come in and they can see the returns that they make, and to organize those flows of finance. The majority of finance will be internal. Most investment around the world is internally financed. But this is of sufficient magnitude and sufficient urgency that you're going to need that combination of internal finance and external finance. And these will be profitable investments if the conditions are created and the risks are managed. Some of it will be philanthropy, some of it will be overseas development aid, a lot of it will be flows from the development banks, but the majority will be private sector. But it doesn't happen by chance. You have to create the conditions for that investment. You know, have the right kinds of tariffs which are going to be paid for this renewable electricity. You have to build the electricity, you have to build the electric vehicle charging stations so that the private sector will invest in the electric cars and people will buy them. So you have to create the conditions for investment, you have to create the confidence for investment, and you have to create the finance for investment. All of this we know how to do, and the challenge will be to do it sufficiently fast. So I'm enormously optimistic about what we can do, and deeply, deeply worried about what we will do.
The message from you is loud and clear. It always has been. Quick action will make a difference, and you're laying out how that action should come about. But is our fatalism undermining our capacity to tackle this problem?
Any kind of inertia, from whatever its source, in this context, is dangerous. I mean, this in many ways is the most important 1 or 2 decades that the world has faced. It will shape whether we go down this really attractive route or whether we go into a very dangerous route. It may be the case with carbon dioxide removal on the back of almost zero cost energy 30 years from now that we can recoup a bit, and we'll overshoot 1.5, but we should be planning on having that overshoot as small as we possibly can and recoup. But the danger is that in this period we do so much damage that very big parts of it are irreversible. So this next 2 decades, 1 or 2 decades, are decisive. You know, and it's countries, you know, in Bhutan, even though it's very small, through its example, through its position, in some ways in the most important part of the world, in the Himalayas, can actually have quite a powerful influence on what happens.
Okay. Well, let's turn to Bhutan, and you mentioned the Himalayas there. One question from the audience. In Bhutan, the private sector is hardly included in the discussions on climate and sustainability. What is your advice to the decision makers to make it better?
Well, people will invest in their houses and make them more efficient. They'll invest in their vehicles. So a lot of this investment is household investment and small firm investment. Make it as easy as possible for people to make their homes more efficient, to heat them through low-cost electricity in various ways, not through burning fossil fuels. Help create the conditions for people to buy electric vehicles. Make sure that the expanding tourism sector, which does consume resources as well as offering good employment for people, make sure that the people who are investing in that sector have the ability, in as simple a way as possible, to make it clean and use electricity rather than fossil fuels to heat and cool and so on. So there's lots you can do to influence that investment, and it will be homes and small firms and bigger firms working in different sectors that will be making that investment. But in large measure, particularly here in Bhutan, the electricity is going to be hydro. Bhutan's got a lot of hydro. It's probably going to need a lot more, both to sell to India and to run the economy on this is about electrification. It's about zero carbon electricity being our primary source of power. And it's going to be very cheap around the world, but only if we invest to make it happen.
Here's another question. The US, the biggest contributor to the stock of greenhouse gases, is a laggard in climate action. How should climate leaders navigate this contentious issue?
The so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which is one of the biggest mislabelings of all time, was actually a breakthrough in the United States. You've got very big investment in renewable energy going on. Changing over to electric vehicles is on the way. And you are seeing that change, and emissions are reducing in the United States. Their history is still bad. They've still got perhaps twice per capita what we have in Europe and so on, and probably 6 or 7 times per capita what we see in India. And of course, Bhutan's a special case of being climate negative. So a lot of the technical progress has come with the United States. Some of that investment is taking place. It's been much too slow. The vested interests are more powerful in the United States, apart from the Middle East, than elsewhere. And it's been one of the primary sources of science denial. So it's mixed. But I think you have to recognize that they are moving, particularly under this presidency that we're now in. And as I say, we live in hope.
A future Bhutan Forum for Climate Change and Sustainability, ? Could Bhutan lead the way? So do you think there should be a forum here for climate change and sustainability like this one?
Yes, I do. And what happens, because this next 2 decades are so decisive, the deliverable now, how we do it, the mechanics of change, we've gone past, I hope, as a world, the commitment to change. And there is a much deeper understanding than there was 20 years ago that we have to change. And there's an increasingly deep understanding, there's still work to do, that this new model of growth is much more attractive than what went before. So that commitment, that understanding is moving. But I'm not declaring total victory on that front, but it's changed. The discussion now is how you do it. And so the details of creating the conditions for investment, the details of the investment, I described some of it. The finance for that investment is what we have to be talking about.
And if they talk about it at a Bhutan forum here, it's going to keep the event managers here very happy. So
it's extremely important.
As endorsed now by you.
But look, this dislocation,
change.
This kind of change brings dislocation. We have to give up on the coal mines. We'll be using far, far less oil and gas 20 years from now. That brings dislocation, it brings disruption. So consciously thinking about how we as a world get together to manage that changes. So it's now about how it's done.
And look, this is not the most light-hearted topic to start the day. So just tell us your secret here as we end. How do you remain optimistic about this?
By recognizing what we can do to tackle these risks in terms of the details that we've been describing around investment, but also recognizing that as we do that, in the first instance motivated by tackling this terrible risk, as we do that, we see it's just much better. I mean, to give you one example from my own country, we kill through air pollution, mostly from burning fossil fuels, in the UK, 35,000 a year. We kill from road accidents about 1,700, something like 20 times. If our road accidents went up, doubled, there'd be outrage. We have to act. So cutting right back on that, it's just a key example of why this matters so much. Delivers you cities where you can move and breathe. It delivers new opportunities for children where their growth is not harmed by breathing all this stuff. This is a key example. And of course, our income goes up. If we're healthier, we're more productive. You know, if cities are not clogged by congestion, we're more productive. If our ecosystems are robust and fruitful, we're happier, we're more productive. This is a much better way. So what makes me optimistic is the picture now, a very practical picture of what we can do. The challenge now is to act fast enough, and it's there that I'm really worried. But it's our job, journalists, academics, investors, leaders, it's our job to turn what we can do into what we will do.
Lord Lichtenstern, thank you for a fascinating fireside chat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, welcome everybody to our second session of the day, talking about critical minerals and energy transition. I'm delighted to be joined by mining magnate Robert Friedland. We're going to be talking about the pivotal role that critical minerals play in driving the energy transition. As the world shifts towards renewable energy sources to meet net zero emission targets, what role can Bhutan play? I'm delighted to be joined by you, Robert. Thank you so much for being here. And I know that you've been here for a few days, meeting lots of locals and dignitaries and really getting to know the country a little bit. So it's fantastic that you've been giving us that time. Thank you. Let's start by talking about Bhutan, and as you've been here and started making discoveries about the country, what strengths do you think the country has to play to when it comes to development?
Well, thank you, Samantha. Through a long, strange chain of causation, I've had the privilege to come back to this part of the world, having been in this area in my youth, studying yoga and meditation. And I've been drinking out of a fire hose, trying to understand the real situation around the vision of His Majesty the King of Bhutan, who I had the pleasure to meet in New York, and listen to what he had to say about the transformation and vision he has for this country, and more importantly, for his young people in this country. And so we're looking at this whole global situation in the context of the previous discussion we just had about the very apparent warming of the world climate and the enormous downside dangers that that presents, and then the upside that Bhutan could present in its unique position on the south slope of the Andes, facing India, a country blessed with Mahayana Buddhism, a deep cultural tradition, and most importantly, a young, enlightened king because an enlightened king is the very best form of government. Of course, a bad king is the worst form of government, but in the United States, many people see a choice where you're choosing the lesser of two evils in governance. And so Bhutan has enormous interest to us. It's our third or fourth day here in the modern era, and we're looking at this in the context of the development paradigm, and yet preserving the infinite value of the cultural heritage that Mahayana Buddhism represents in this country.
So what part do you think Bhutan can play in the energy transition?
Well, Bhutan is nominally now a carbon negative country, but it has enormous challenges. The hydroelectric potential is really quite green power compared to the alternatives. These are run-of-the-river hydroelectric dams. They're not big dams like the Hoover Dam. We have the flooding of a big valley. So they have a lot lighter environmental impact than a traditional Hoover-type dam. The country is producing 2.5 and soon 3.5 gigawatts of hydroelectric power. That's about 3.5 nuclear power plants equivalent. That's more than enough to run the country during the wet monsoon season, on the presumption that the monsoon does not fail us. Because if it does, 1 billion people on the Indian subcontinent are at risk. But during the winter months, when the rivers here slow down, power has to be imported from India. And so the scaling of the hydroelectric potential opens up the country to develop a domestic green economy, knowledge-based economy. And I think this kind of forum, bringing people from all over the world that would like to see a really interesting integrated financial center, educational center, environmental engineering center, technology center running on clean energy. I think it's fairly unique on a global scale. We've worked in 64 countries, and this is the last one we've come back to. For me, it's quite amazing to see the upsides, as well as having a sober understanding of the challenges that His Majesty the King faces to realize his vision. And by the way, I think everyone here should do everything they can to back this young, enlightened monarch and what he's done to democratize the country and to worry about a young population, because there really are problems as well as opportunities here to be overcome.
And that's what we're talking about so much, isn't it? About opportunities and retaining the youth of Bhutan and keeping them in the country and creating wealth for everybody. How do you see that working, creating employment and raising the GDP of all Bhutanese?
Every country is blessed with problems and opportunities. Saudi Arabia is developing NEOM, a country within a country, but of course they're blessed with massive hydrocarbon resources, and they're attempting some degree of energy transition in NEOM. There have been utopian efforts in the past to build new capitals like Brazil. And so you need the best of engineering and new age thinking to do that here. In this country, I would say the most valuable asset is its live, present history of Mahayana Buddhism. There's over 1 billion people that call themselves Buddhist in the world. That's an enormous reservoir of potential goodwill for this country. Of course, everyone's aware of the world breaking down into competing camps, which is resulting in the balkanization of the supply chain. As we break apart the relationship between China and the United States, if we overdo it, will cause enormous inflationary waves globally. And when we stop trading and understanding from each other, the prospect of war is readily apparent. So we need the Mahayana Buddhists here, the monks, to pray for peace. And then one notch below that, the second most important asset of the country is its potential for clean electrical energy, so that you can create a green economy as an example of what can be done. Now, beyond hydroelectric potential, there is geothermal potential. That will be the ultimate frontier. Mother Earth is a nuclear power plant at the center of the Earth There's so much remnant uranium in the core of the Earth, and there's so much pressure at the center of the Earth that you get a naturally occurring fission reaction that science thinks is good for another 6 billion years. So if we can transition to geothermal energy using the rivers and perhaps nuclear energy as an interim solution, we might actually make an impact on global warming. But I want to agree with the previous speaker. This summer in the Mediterranean Sea was the hottest temperature ever recorded. There were 660 water volcanoes in the Mediterranean Sea this year. And we have offices in Phoenix, Arizona, where we had 110 days where the temperature never went below 100 degrees centigrade, even at night. So the days were around 114 Fahrenheit for 110 days. That's never happened. So we do need disruptive technology. We need a very disruptive way of looking at the whole supply chain. And even though Bhutan has huge challenges, when you look at this globally, the challenges are immense, and that's why we should talk a little bit about critical materials and the energy transition.
Well, that's exactly what I was coming to, so very timely. Tell us about the challenges of a global energy transition as you see them, and copper is emerging as one of the most critical minerals, isn't it, needed to meet net zero targets?
Yeah, we'll just give this audience a 101 in reality. As I walked in the room today, we're burning about 103 million barrels of crude oil a day on this planet at an all-time high. We have made zero actual progress in reducing the burning of crude oil.
And that number's just going up, isn't it?
That number's still going up. We're hoping it'll peak at some point, but it's still going up. The percentage of our energy that is renewable has risen with an investment of over $10 trillion from about 17 or 18% to 19%. But the denominator has gotten larger. India still burns enormous amounts of coal, for example, as does China. China is still adding as much coal burning capacity per year as exists in Spain, and in some years as much as Great Britain. So the transition is well understood. We're feeling the heat, but we really need to replace an ocean of crude oil and coal with something else, and that gets us to copper. As a species, we have mined 700 million metric tons of copper in the last 10,000 years. And everybody should wonder, where is that copper? Well, we think about 350 million tons of it is in the American electrical grid. You can tear it down if you tear down every building in the United States. And Great Britain has about 100 million tons, in Europe about 150 million tons, in China a couple 100 million tons. But just to maintain 3% GDP growth, if we have a prominent macroeconomist in the front row, humanity needs to mine another 700 million metric tons of copper in the next 18 years. In other words, we're using about 22 million metric tons a year. You compound that at 3%, we need to mine as much copper in the next 18 years as the last 10,000 years. But that's without an energy transition. That is without electrical cars. That is without a real energy transition. And so if you go mining all that copper and you do all that mining in a mindless way, we'll generate the very global warming gas that we're trying to reduce. Some of you in the audience may know there's a large copper mine in Panama that was shut down by environmental opposition from local Panamanians. Leonardo DiCaprio was quite vocal about it. That mine actually was burning 300 megawatts of coal per day in order to mine copper. That clearly won't work. And so the whole supply chain has to be looked at in a very realistic way. It has to be thought about, talked about, and studied in a protective environment that could be developed in Bhutan, because Bhutan doesn't need to do any mining that is really significant. They can mine the Mahayana Buddhist doctrine and give it to the world. They can teach mindfulness, and they can develop their hydroelectric potential to develop a green economy here. It's not an easy thing to do. As we walked in the door this morning, I think hydroelectricity is 30% of gross national happiness, or GDP, and is about to be about 30%. So the hydroelectric power here is the biggest single element to support the government and all these new plans. So here's a country that has a really visionary and driven leader, and he's emulating the best of Singapore. Now, if you look at Singapore, that's an island of 623 square kilometers with no food, no agricultural potential, no water, no crude oil, no hydrocarbon, but GDP as traditionally measured rivals the United States because it was done on the back of education and a visionary leader in Lee Kuan Yew. So the adoption of Singaporean law, the elimination of corruption, the green nature, the forests, all I see here is incredible possibility. And I see that from the context of a 74-year-old grandfather, you know? And we have a very sober idea of how tough everything is. Nothing is easy, but this is the first annual convocation to bring intelligent, out-of-the-box thinkers to this unique situation, and I salute it. And I think it should be an annual event, and it should really be focused on creating something sustainable just above 1.4 billion people below us in India. India does have the most to lose from climate change. If the monsoon ever loses its regularity, there's a very good film made in Bollywood called Lagan about how people celebrate the first rains in the monsoon in India. It gets wickedly hot down there, and they pray for the first rains. If those rains don't show up, there's over 1 billion people south of us in India that would really be in trouble. And India is burning coal like there's no tomorrow. I'm friends with one of the Indian multi-billionaires, and while he's developing solar, he's adding 30 gigawatts of coal in India. And so we still have a lot of work to do to shock everybody about the seriousness of the situation, but we also have to recognize that nothing is completely impossible. Actually, last night we were describing Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. If you remember that movie when the walls are squeezing in and there's this giant ball rolling down a ramp to crush you, and you have to dive under a door that's coming down. That's actually the position we find ourselves in as humanity. And you really do need to engage in a poetic response to explain how intense and how much we have to change, especially when it comes to disruptive technology and a way to really get there from here.
And of course, the mining industry has to adapt to meet this demand. What role can sustainable mining practices play in the process, and how far has the industry moved towards that?
Most people in this audience hate mining, but they're idiots because they don't understand. Everything you touch, everything you've ever touched, we either mined it or we grew it agriculturally. Most of you have become, virtually all of us, have become cyborgs. You know that feeling when you lose your phone? That feeling of panic? We're cyborgs. There's nothing green about the internet at all. If you could raise your hand, please. Have you ever done a Google search? Please raise your hand. The honest ones have all raised their hands. So when you go beep and do a Google search, you're using the quantum of electrical energy it takes to run a light bulb for 10 or 12 seconds. Now, if you do an AI search, and a friend of mine wrote a Valentine's poem from my wife to me, and it was a chat GPT sort of poem. It got my wife's eye colors wrong, but she accepted the poem. That chat GPT uses about 3 minutes of electrical energy on that light bulb, but you multiply that by trillions of ChatGPT searches, or let's call it AI, the energy demand is astronomical. There's nothing green about it. And if we're not careful, India and China will burn coal to run AI systems because they're necessary in drone warfare and the military confrontation we find ourselves in. So mining has to be transformed. Any route to an alternative, some people talk about solar power, but you know, the sun only shines 4 or 5 hours a day. And then some people talk about wind power, but wind power is chewing up birds globally. They can't see the tip of the rotor. As the rotor gets longer, the tip velocity increases. So that's not really a very good solution either. And so if you want to build a new generation of nuclear power, if you want to do hydroelectric power, if you want to grow food, everything that's growing modern agriculture is mined. The combines are mined. The water wells are mined. You go to Punjab in India, they have to drill those tube wells to get to water. There is no avoiding mining. And your new handphone now has about 85 elements in the periodic table. When Steve Jobs made the first handphone, it had about 22 elements. And so we don't really realize the fragility of the supply chain, especially as we tear it apart. The Chinese economy and the American economy got quite integrated. We can't make solar cells as cheaply as the Chinese. And as we tear these giant blocks apart, the integrated world supply chain is stressed. That's very, very inflationary and very dangerous. And so we need mindfulness and some kind of environment, one in Asia, perhaps one in the Middle East, one in the Americas, where global citizens get together and practically look for very disruptive solutions, because we need disruption. We need a radically different approach. But as it looks like right now, AI is going to add about 8% to American electrical demand. That's an astronomical number of nuclear power plants. That's not a green thing. That's not a good thing. But China wants AI, India wants AI. Now, it could be done here to some degree. You could have a data center with clean, green hydroelectricity. But we really need a place where people get together and talk realistically about the scale of what's required if you're really worried about what our previous speaker expressed in such a dramatic and important way.
And when it comes to the critical minerals sector, what are the potential economic opportunities for Bhutan, other emerging economies, and how do they balance resource extraction with long-term sustainable development?
Well, mining has to be done where the creator put the metals. The Democratic Republic of the Congo has the largest endowment of copper, for example, or the Saudis became the richest Beverly Hillbillies when crude oil was discovered in Saudi Arabia. But what Bhutan has is it has Mahayana Buddhism. It has mindfulness. It has an ancient tradition of thought combined with green forests and hydroelectric potential and the opportunity to create this forum. So you have to play to that strength. You don't have huge mountains of copper in this country. You can't go mining everywhere. Mining should be done where it can be done in a mindful way. The biggest problem with mining is if you go mining in an area where it rains or snows more than it evaporates, if you think of the green jungle in Brazil, for example, the tailings dam, which is the waste product of mining, will eventually fill up with water, and the dam will burst. If there's any seismicity, the toxic byproduct of that mining ends up in a riverine environment. If you're mining in a desert, like the Atacama Desert in Chile or the outback in Australia, that can't happen. So not all parts of this planet should be mined. Some people are dreaming about mining the asteroids or other planets. But at the Colorado School of Mines, they have bumper stickers that are very popular. And the Colorado School of Mines is the world's greatest school of mining and for oil and gas. One bumper sticker says, "Earth first, we'll mine the other planets later." And the second bumper sticker is, "Stop mining, let the bastards freeze in the dark." Because a lot of people don't realize that the most basic of industries, if you're sitting in that chair, everybody in that audience, if you look at what the legs are made out of, it's a product of mining. And given that you're all cyborgs and you're holding that thing in your hand made by Apple Computer, there's nothing green about it. The energy demand of the internet that has your kids hooked on, hooked on their iPad has an evil and dark side. And so the clear vision of mindfulness and the tradition of Buddhism that exists in this country and is alive is priceless. And even Steve Jobs wanted to study Zen meditation and Buddhism, So there's a huge reservoir of billionaires and lucky sperm club members whose parents made a lot of money who could come and support His Majesty the King here in doing something insanely great in this country. And that's why I'm here.
That's fantastic, Robert. Thank you. I want to ask you, before we come to our audience questions, and we've got a lot, so thank you. On a personal note, you've talked about Buddhism and spirituality and the time that you've previously spent in this region in your life. How has that impacted you as a leader, as a businessman, as someone who runs a huge company?
I don't know, due to some weird vagaries of my previous life, we came here and started studying. It was in the 1960s. There was a huge wave of youth rebelling against the Vietnam War, and we started experimenting in psychedelic drugs, which are, by the way, quite in fashion. Elon Musk has been using psilocybin and smoking marijuana, and he's been able to launch a rocket to outer space and bring it down backwards.
I'm not sure if they're related.
I don't think that's due to the drugs, by the way. I think it's due to the way he's organized SpaceX, with the equity incentive he's given to people to leave NASA and do things that NASA could ever do. But we have a global consciousness now. We have a very dangerous global situation. In my 20s, we ended up for about 10 or 12 years studying yoga and meditation in this part of the world. If you just go down the hill here and turn right to Bodh Gaya, that is where the Buddha was enlightened. And you know, he used to do a Mutt and Jeff act with Ananda, his sidekick. And he was sitting under the great Bodhi tree. There were all these leaves on the grass. And Ananda would always, they played a Mutt and Jeff act. Ananda would ask the Buddha something, and then the Buddha would respond. And Ananda said, "Oh, great enlightened one, tell me about God." And the Buddha said, and it was fall, all the ground was covered in leaves. And he said, "You see all those leaves?" He picked up one leaf. He said, "I've come here to talk about a path to relieve you from suffering, a method. I didn't come here to talk to you about God." And so Ananda got really agitated. He said, no, come on, you're enlightened. Tell me what the setup is. Tell me about God. And the Buddha again said, "No, I've only come here to talk about one thing. I'm teaching you a technique to relieve your suffering. I have never said that God exists, and I've never said that God does not exist. I've just come here to help you out by relieving your suffering, your mental suffering." And so there is absolutely no conflict between Buddhism and Islam. There's no conflict, none. Because Islam is a discussion about God, which is a little bit different than a discussion about mindfulness. And so I'm very happy to say that recently the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has recognized Bhutan and vice versa. And I think these kind of cross-cultural discussions about the dilemma we face as a species can happen here. And I'm hearing that His Majesty, the King of Bhutan, is going to go visit Saudi Arabia. No doubt they'll show him the holy places. But if we don't start talking to each other, and the way the world is heading right now, we're heading for global war, and that would be the ultimate environmental catastrophe. So why don't we just get something going here once a year where mindfulness is the highest good, and then we look at the whole setup of how we got this planet organized, the material stuff, in a very integrated way. And it's really going to be hard. There's nothing easy about it. But you come from the BBC, that's a pretty good outfit. And let's talk about it.
Okay, well, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about this because we've got questions to get through. This question, mines are non-renewable. Once gone, it's gone forever. How should we ensure that such resources are also shared for all generations to come?
Well, it's not true that mines are non-renewable. First of all, you forgot about recycling. You know, so there's about 700 million metric tons of copper that has already been mined. You need to conduct electrical energy with something. You can measure human progress with the quantum of electrical energy that is used per person. And where we're worried about global warming gas, we're really worried about the way humanity has generated electrical energy. And so there's some stupid ways to do it, and there's some better ways to do it. The better ways to do it all require certain metals that can be recycled. If technology can evolve to recover those metals with less environmental impact, and the metals can be recycled, we might be okay. But all of you in this audience have been guilty about buying all kinds of environmental, let's say electronic garbage. If you look back at your life, all the computers and handphones and iPads that you threw away, all of that took a lot of work to mine that raw material. It can be recycled. Eventually, recycling can make a significant impact. But in the meantime, we need to mine another 1,000 million tons of copper if we're to even dream about having an energy transition. And it's not good enough to just complain about it. One has to really look at the whole macroeconomic situation and think about reorganizing the supply chain. The Chinese are making a very big effort to stop burning coal. They're the world's largest builders of wind and solar and now nuclear power plants. And that could be a tremendous contribution to humanity if they ever get to net zero. But we've got about 8 billion people to feed on this planet. And everybody kind of wants everything because they get on their handphone and they see everything. That's why a lot of kids are leaving Bhutan and go to work in Australia. And so we need to make this place more attractive to get all those kids to stay here. And I think this is a rare country that it has a chance to do something really, really great. But that will have to take a lot of communication to technology investors and people in other societies. And the Kuwaitis, the Qataris, the UAE, the Saudis could be very beneficial here because Saudi Arabia is also making a visionary attempt at developing a green city called NEOM. Okay. They're doing it from a different culture, but the idea is actually very similar.
Okay, so last question, because we are running out of time, but I know lots of people will be interested in this. How do you propose to mine in harmony with the countries where the minerals are found? And someone gives a specific example of the Himalayas and the environmental risks around there.
No, you don't want to mine the Himalayas. That's a really bad idea. No. The Indian plate is diving under the Himalayas and pushing them up. They're the youngest mountains in the world. If we go due north of us here in Tibet, you come to Lhasa, there are copper mines and the Chinese are mining at 15,000 feet elevation. That's okay as long as they stop burning coal, in my book. But the Himalayas should be untouched for their beauty, and they should be used to bring people from all over the world to learn to meditate and just think about it. It's just too precious an environment. It's not ideally suited for mining. If you have to mine anywhere in this region, it definitely should be done underground without disturbing the superficial topography. It's just not the right spot.
So what about other countries, though, the idea of mining in harmony with other countries? Is that possible?
Look, everything you've utilized in your life to have an education, to travel. Did you come here in an airplane? Are you guilty of driving a car? Do you have a bicycle? Do you give a kid a pair of roller skates? It's all mind, ladies and gentlemen. The human mind manipulates matter that was given to us by the Creator. It just has to be done in a more mindful way. And you have to think about it. I was just listening to that amazing Tibetan monk that's here who said, you know, a little boy was taken to a master and he said, do you have a foot? He said, yeah, where's the foot? There's your foot. Do you have an arm? Yeah, there's my arm. The little kid, he's just the master's asking the kid. And the kid, he asked him, where's your mind? Do you have a mind? What is a mind? What is a soul? So in this beautiful environment, why don't you get the smartest people on the planet to support the vision of this country to be completely carbon neutral and to have a place so close to India? Because if India goes bad, that's 1.4 billion people right there. India is the most populous nation in the world. And if they make a mess of it, you know, it's really a disaster for all of humanity. So that has to be directed by mind. And given that Lord Buddha is considered by the Hindus to be the 9th incarnation of Vishnu, the Indians ought to help this idea out. So for all the Indians in this audience, please call Modi Saab and ask him to help Bhutan. Do your duty. Yeah. This is a bit of an irritant, but when Bhutan sells its hydroelectricity to India, they're charging less than 4 cents. But when Bhutan has to buy it back, the price is more than 6 cents. That doesn't sound fair to me.
Okay. We are being ushered off the stage with the music. On that note, Robert, we must leave it. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
your
very
time
much.
and answering
Yeah.
our questions.
Thank
Thank you. Hello, me again, back so soon. Thank you very much, everybody. Our next session is leveraging science and innovation to deliver prosperity. I'm delighted to be joined by Nobel laureate Rich Roberts, who's going to explore with us how science and innovation can be leveraged to deliver prosperity, particularly in developing countries and frontier economies like here in Bhutan. Richard Roberts is a strong advocate for the use of genetically modified organisms, and we're going to talk about the potential that biotechnology holds for improving agricultural productivity and nutritional content in traditional crops, amongst other things. Richard, welcome. It's great to have you here with us. Thank you so much. I know you've also been here for a few days, enjoying Bhutan and getting to know some of the people and how things work here. But first of all, tell us a little bit about yourself and your company, how it started and what makes it different.
Okay, well, when I first heard people describing Bhutan, particularly the king, I thought he was describing New England Biolabs, the company that I work for, because almost every principle guiding the mindfulness, the compassion that people in Bhutan feel for one another is something that is within our company. This is how we deal with the people who work for us. Let me tell you a little bit about how we got started. In 1972, I started working and looking for enzymes that would cut DNA. They're called restriction enzymes. They recognize specific sequences and will cut out fragments of DNA. And I was doing it because I thought this would be a way to sequence DNA, to find the actual sequences. But in fact, they turned out to be far more useful for other things. And people kept coming to my lab and saying, oh, could we get the strain that produces this enzyme? Could we get a gift of this enzyme? And we were giving everything away. And it occurred to me that this would be a way to start a business. That instead of giving everything away, we would manufacture these and then use the profits to support the laboratory that I worked in, which was a not-for-profit institution, a research institution on Long Island. And I talked to Jim Watson, who was the director of the lab at the time. You may have heard of him, Watson and Crick at the Double Helix. And he said I was crazy. He didn't think that this was a good idea. First of all, it was rather disgusting to be associated with anything commercial. and he didn't think you could make any money at it. And so I knew that there was a need for these enzymes, and so I looked around and eventually found out about a man called Dr. Donald Combe, who'd been an associate professor at Harvard. And he was in one of the departments where they don't give you tenure, and he got thrown out. And he was annoyed about this, and he said, well, this is no way to treat good academics. And he said, I'm going to start a company, and I'm going to use the profits from that company in order to support research. And in this way, I'm going to set up Harvard and the National Institutes of Health all in one place. Now, when I ran into him, I just heard he had thought about selling one of these restriction enzymes through a distributor. And I went up, I talked to him, and we talked, and I said, I don't think this is such a good idea. I don't think you should sell it through a distributor. And in addition to this one you want to sell, we have discovered 30 in my laboratory at Cold Spring Harbor, and I will give you the strains, I'll tell you how to make them, and let's sell them directly to the public. Now, at that time, Don Combe was working in a basement underneath a hairdressing salon just north of Boston. There was Don, his wife, and one technician, and that was New England Biolabs. They were using equipment that they purchased secondhand from Harvard. He'd invested his own personal savings, which were rather small, to get things started. And he took me on as his first consultant. So I was employee number 4 to all intents and purposes. I gave him a list of people who I knew would buy these enzymes, addresses. I gave him addresses. We sent out a list of what was available. And within a year, we had made $200,000 back in 1975 selling these enzymes. And so this was just a way in which one can get started with not a lot of investment. He was using his own personal investment, and so this was a private company, and to this day we are still a private company. One of the things you have to realize is as soon as you go commercial and you go public, the ability to reinvest the capital in research at the company disappears, because the investors, they want the capital, they want the profits that come. Now, Don, in addition to starting this company and wanting to support research, he also saw the company as a family. He saw it very much as you in Bhutan see one another. You're friends, you want to help one another. Our company is a profit-sharing company. At the end of the year, we share all the profits among the employees. And those profits are shared remarkably equally. 70% of the profits are divided equally. No matter how much you paid, whether you're the CEO or whether you're the dishwasher, you get your share of 70%. The 30% is then divided among salaries. So the people, like the CEO, gets a little more than the people who washes the dishes. But this is a very good scheme. In addition, we have very good health care. We provide health care for all our employees, and we buy the very best health care that we can. When I travel, they pay my travel insurance. When it's time at the end of the year to share the profits, a certain amount of that money goes into a pension scheme, and so we have one of the very best pension schemes that you can imagine. And in fact, fairly recently, we had a large number of people retire because of the stock that had become so valuable. When we want something done, we want some help with something, we ask, oh, could you help me do this? Could you help me do that? Typically, there are 20 people who say, oh, yes, I'd be glad to help. We're a very caring company. We have compassion for everybody. We have a system started many years ago now for childcare. So we had quite a lot of ladies who worked at the company, and they were having children. And so we would set up a daycare center. They could take their young children when they were old enough to go for daycare, and then the mothers could go and see them whenever they wanted to. When a lady has a baby, she can take up to 6 months of maternity leave.
So, Rich, you
Yeah.
talked about the comparisons between your company
Right,
and
and
the
Bhutan.
culture of
Yes.
Bhutan. What lessons can Bhutan learn from your business, from the way that it operates, about leveraging science to deliver prosperity here?
Well, I think, I've heard a great deal during this symposium about how big business can work, and I think small business can be very, very helpful too. I'm a great believer in starting small. If you're successful, then by all means grow. If you're not successful, then try something else. And I think you will find that there are many young people here in Bhutan, I spoke to a few of them the other day, who have excellent ideas. They have very good ideas. They could start companies. They could start an enterprise here in Bhutan that would be helpful for the economy here. And in many cases, all they need is a very small investment. In the US, we have people called angel investors who just will put some money up to get someone started. And I think if you begin small, it doesn't cost a lot of money to get going. The key is to have a product fairly early, so that you can try and get products and get income coming in so that you can sustain the business. And that's what we did at Biolabs.
Talk to us about GMOs, genetically modified products here, because they can be controversial, but the reality is that they can be organic, aren't they?
Well, there's no reason why they shouldn't be. So let me tell you a little bit about GMOs, genetically modified organisms. These are organisms in which, instead of relying on traditional breeding methods in order to introduce new genes into plants or animals or wherever you want them to go, we now know how to do that in a very specific, very organized fashion. If you cross two plants hoping that a trait from one of them will get into the other one, you have to do many, many crosses. You don't exactly know what's going on. You introduce a lot of genes other than the ones that you wanted to introduce. But we now know how to just take the gene that you want and put it into a plant and put it where we know it's going to do no harm. And so what we've discovered is, over the course of the last 35 years, when the method for making genetically modified organisms was first discovered, we started off doing it in a fairly imprecise manner, but still getting in the gene that we wanted. Now we knew how to do it with great precision, with good care. You know exactly where the gene has gone. You know what can be done. And I'll give you one example that has been quite controversial in many places, called golden rice. You may be aware that for many, many years, over the course of the last 20, 30 years, there have been millions of children die every year because they don't get enough vitamin A. If, when you're a young child, you don't get vitamin A, you go blind, you can have immune system defects, and it's a problem. And a gentleman in Europe decided that, well, there was a way to solve this, because most of these kids were eating rice as their main source of food. And rice, while it produces beta-carotene, which is the immediate precursor of vitamin A, it only produces it in the stems and not in the rice grain that people eat. And he said, well, let's make the plant put this beta-carotene into the grain itself, and it gives it a slightly yellow color. Well, that was developed fully about 20 years ago. Typically would take 3 to 4 years in order to get out into the field and be widely available. But Greenpeace decided that because it was a GMO, it was dangerous. They launched a campaign against GMOs, and they were very concerned that because this actually looked as though it might be a pharmaceutical, in the sense that it was providing vitamin A, that this would disrupt their campaign against GMOs, which for them had been the biggest fundraising scheme they ever managed. And so golden rice, they did everything possible to stop it. It finally got approved about 2 years ago in the Philippines. It was being grown, it was starting to go, And then Greenpeace in the Philippines organized a legal campaign to stop it. And now it is waiting for the Philippine government to come back and say, hey, Greenpeace, get out of the way. This is saving children's lives. You know, there have been millions of children die because they couldn't get enough vitamin A. This is not mindfulness. This is not compassion. I don't know how these people who are against GMOs sleep at night, to be honest, when they can see the problems that come. With GMO methods, we can improve yields. We can improve nutritional values. There are many things we can do. I'm sure there are some people in the audience who are diabetic. Do you know where insulin comes from that you take? Did you ever see a human insulin clinic where you can go and donate your insulin? No. It's made by genetic modification. It's made by taking the human insulin gene, putting it into a fungus, putting it into a bacterium, growing it, and making insulin that we then treat.
So here in Bhutan, how can they harness the power of GMOs to improve traditional crops while also maintaining their focus on sustainability and also biodiversity?
Okay, well, I think one of the, let's deal with biodiversity just for a moment. One of the things that GMOs can do is to improve yields, particularly maybe by introducing drought resistance, maybe by introducing insect resistance. If you can increase yields, this means on 1 hectare, you can get perhaps double the yield. And so that means there is another hectare on which you would be growing plants otherwise that can be left over for biodiversity. And so GMOs, because they can increase the yields, the productivity of the land, can actually help preserve biodiversity. Organic farming, on the other hand, is not as efficient, and organic farmers would do very well if instead of being against GMOs, which they tend to be at the moment, if they would adopt GMO technology to improve the quality of the plants they grow. And one of the things that I think is very clear is that plants naturally make pesticides. They really go out of their way in order to make sure that insects can't eat them, that other things can't eat them, and they have to. If they didn't do this, there would be no plants. The insects, the birds, the animals would have eaten them all. And so what one can do is to introduce the gene for a pesticide, in this case the one that organic farmers use, a Bacillus thuringiensis toxin. You can put that into the plant and allow the plant to make the pesticide itself. And in this way, you can save on chemicals that you put down in order to make sure that the plants grow. There are many, many ways in which one can improve plants, and I don't know enough about the detailed agriculture here in Bhutan to know exactly what one should do that would be really useful, but it would be easy to find some of the people who are into this area to know exactly what would be good. And I might mention we have a project underway in Lebanon at the moment to introduce GMOs in Lebanon. I've been working with the head of the business school at Notre Dame University in Beirut in order to try to reduce poverty in Lebanon by introducing GMOs and allowing the poor smallholder farmers, who are typically the poorest people in the country, to get better yields out of their land. Bangladesh have expressed interest in this too, and earlier this year I was in Madagascar and talking to the people from USAID, and they were interested in doing something similar in Madagascar. You could do something similar here too, I feel.
So clearly a lot of opportunities. What are the key challenges small nations like Bhutan face in adopting this kind of cutting-edge technology, and how can they overcome these obstacles?
Right, well, you know, one of the things you have to realize about GMOs in particular is that there has been a campaign, a concerted campaign by Greenpeace to say how dangerous they are. Now, when Greenpeace first started this campaign, they took advantage of the fact that the Europeans were scared that the US was going to take over its food supply. But they couldn't ban Monsanto and the agricultural companies because they were actually providing all the seeds that the farmers were using. And then Monsanto made a huge mistake. Monsanto introduced the first GMO crop into Europe, and they charged more for it. They said, you've got to pay more. And so the farmers had to pay more, and they passed the costs on to the consumers, and the consumers didn't like this. They said, why should we pay more for these compounds that we've been growing for so long? And Greenpeace leapt upon this and said, well, we can't ban Monsanto directly for selling seeds, but we can ban GMOs. And they saw this as a wonderful fundraising opportunity, and indeed it was. They tripled their income in Europe from donations, and they had the advantage that when they started, they said, well, it's still early days. The science has not been done. We need to see if the science can be done and show that these things are safe. Now, 30 years later, the science has been done. These things are safe. There has not been one documented, scientifically documented example of a problem with GMOs. Not one in 35 years. People have been eating GMOs in the developed world, even in the developing countries to some extent. In South Africa, for instance, BT corn in which the BT had been introduced, was incredibly successful. In Zimbabwe, they're now starting to do that. In India, they're starting finally to really do something. They had BT cotton for a while, and that was very successful. And they introduced a new product last year, and previously they hadn't done it because the science minister had been anti-GMO. The new science minister is pro-GMO. And so we're hoping that India will in fact decide that GMOs are good. Here is an opportunity, a market right on your doorstep here, just waiting for improved crops, things that will make life better for the people in India. And I think one of the things we have to realize is that in the developing countries, something like 800 million people go to bed hungry every night. 800 million. GMOs could help. In the developed countries, we don't have these problems because the agricultural companies have spent huge amounts of money improving the crops. But you go to the developing countries, nothing has been spent. And yet it's easy to do. Scientists, modern scientists using CRISPR methods can very easily make improvements in crops. They can do it locally. The government here could support that. It's not an expensive business. And then make these crops available within this country and then sell them elsewhere.
So when it comes to opportunity, what can Bhutan do to cultivate a scientific culture of innovation and the development of new technologies?
Okay, well, I was talking to some people day before yesterday who were very interested in what might be done. And typically, they've been sending the scientists abroad to get bachelor's degrees, to get good training. One of the things I suggested is they should look for internships in companies after they finish their bachelor's degree, spend 1-2 years working as an intern in a company. I offered that we would take on people at NEB, and they could come and work at our company, figure out how companies work, come back here and set up a company, a small company, using the methods that we've used at Biolabs. You know, among the research that we do in Biolabs, we've been helping a lot of developing countries. We have scientists from developing countries. We do research on parasitology. None of this is for profit. All of this is pure basic research paid for by the profits from the company.
Okay, thank you. We've got so many questions, so I want to get to those straight away. Firstly, are we mature enough as a species to use this powerful technology? The escape of COVID would suggest not. How do we contain the risks?
Well, the idea that COVID was the result from a lab leak is not correct. There is just no evidence, zero evidence for that. Nice conspiracy theory, but no evidence. And yes, we do know enough about what one can do by genetic modification to improve things. If we didn't have sufficient knowledge, we would have had a lot of problems by now. We don't. People around the world are eating genetically modified crops. You know, in Europe, there's great hypocrisy because all of the animals are fed soybeans. Soybeans are genetically modified. They come from South America. All of the animals eat them. all the time. If there was a problem, why are the animal rights activists not worried about this? Well, because there are no problems, absolutely no problems.
Okay.
That's in contrast to traditionally bred plants where we've seen plenty of problems.
Given your discovery of introns and their role in genetic regulation, how do you think advances in genetic understanding can influence well-being practices?
Well, I think healthcare is tremendously important. You know, one of the things that big mistakes we made in the US is to privatize healthcare. Healthcare is just a way of making money in the US. Most countries have a national health system. Any country with the philosophy of Bhutan would want a national health system. You want to make sure that your population are healthy, that they stay healthy, because this is how you become productive. So, national health care.
You've talked about how many people sadly go hungry every day. This question asks, what greener technologies are available to enhance access to food?
Well, I think if you look at the people who go to bed hungry, they are typically in developing countries growing the food in their backyards. If you can increase the yield of those crops, maybe avoid drought resistance, maybe avoid insects eating your plants, you can do so very easily. You can make these new plants available to the smallholder farmers, to the individuals who are growing their own food, and in this way, I think you can have a significant help in making sure that people don't go to bed hungry.
Here's a big one. Given the advances in gene editing and experiments being done worldwide, what do you think is the future of Homo sapiens?
Well, I'm an optimist. I think the future of Homo sapiens is very bright. I do think that when it comes to genetically modifying humans, we have to be incredibly careful. I mean, there are such enormous ethical problems here. So if, for instance, you have a disease gene, a gene that is defective, that you know is going to cause a disease, seems to me perfectly reasonable to think that we should be able to edit that fetus or the embryo or at whatever stage we're going to do it so that they don't get the disease. I see this as perfectly good health care. You know, these days, sickle cell disease is something that we've actually figured out how to solve. We solved it in the UK, well, it's been done in the UK and also in the US. Cost millions of dollars for the treatment, literally millions of dollars. The Serum Institute in India, who are one of the best examples of how philanthropy can lead to a very good healthcare system. They make vaccines, and they're interested in gene therapy. And instead of doing something that would cost $2 million, they aim to do it for $200. Just to give you some idea of the outrageous profits that are being made in the healthcare industry.
Does biotechnology, we've touched on this a little bit, have scope to complement organic agriculture in Bhutan?
Absolutely. If the organic farmers would just realize what GMOs can do. The problem is, in the US, I don't know here what the philosophy is, but in the US, the organic farmers have been anti-GMO because they feel they want to claim anything genetically modified is dangerous, and because they grow everything naturally, that it's perfectly safe. But in fact, I will guarantee, if you want to get a bacterially acquired infection, eat organic. 10 times the number of infections come by consuming only organic food.
Why is that?
Because the pesticide that you put in, Bt, and the copper that you put in, does not get rid of all of the problems that these plants have.
So, last question. Science has a long track record of producing unintended consequences, for example, thalidomide. How can we ensure GMOs have no unintended consequences?
Well, as I say, we have 35 years of experience. We've had hundreds of millions of people who've been eating them, and there's not one example of danger.
So as a scientist, would you say you would know by now?
I think we should know by now. Yes, I think we should know by now. And, you know, just everything you do has unintended consequences. I will guarantee that everybody in this room has a cell phone. Do you know what the blue light that is emitted from a cell phone can do to your macula?
Don't tell us. We don't want to know. It's too late. Go on.
No, I think, you know, every time we do something, there are unintended consequences. But GMOs strike me as being safer by far than cell phones.
Okay, Rich, we are out of time. Thank you so much for
Okay.
answering our
Thank
questions.
you.
Fascinating. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Just a quick word from me. This is the last time you will see me. I have to head back to the UK to get back to my day job tomorrow at the BBC. So I wanted to thank you all for having me and thank Bhutan for a wonderful experience. Thank you. Thank you.
Hãy subscribe cho kênh Ghiền Mì Gõ để không bỏ lỡ I just want to see it.
Good morning. My name is Hugh Verrier. I'll be moderating this panel topic on harnessing Bhutan's natural energy resources. I'm a partner of the global law firm White & Case, based in New York City. I was chair of the firm for 16 years until last year. My practice has been focused on the development of natural resources around the world. I've been coming to Bhutan since 2008, not for anything to do with power, as a labor of love, rather to help the country to develop its first law school under the leadership of His Majesty, as well as Her Royal Highness Princess Sonam and Dasho Din Sangay. You may have noticed it driving on your way up the hill. That law school is now producing fine young lawyers able to represent the state and international investors. And I, for my part, have been left with a deep affection and respect for the country and its leadership. I mention this because it has some relevance to the topic at hand and the journey the country is on developing its own capabilities. You see, when Bhutan decided to become a constitutional monarchy, it recognized that it needed laws and its own lawyers to help it on that path. And as we've heard, attracting large investment requires a healthy, clear legal environment. And as the country grows and builds a stronger economy to meet the needs of its people, there's another thing that it will need, and that's an abundant supply of power. We've seen that GMC will need power. You'll remember the photograph of the dam. But this is not just about GMC. It's about the energy needs of the country as a whole. And now, this is a large and complex topic, can get very technical. We'll do our best to keep it accessible to everyone. And in the spirit of mindfulness, I like to think of this as trying to see reality for what it truly is, going perhaps a little deeper than the framework that's been set out so ably by our previous speakers. So let me frame it this way. Almost all countries of the world generate their own power to meet their energy needs, and as you know, that can be generated from many sources, some dirty, some clean. In Bhutan's case, the power generated here comes almost entirely from hydro, a clean source, harnessing the energy from rivers. The country has about 2,500 megawatts of installed capacity. To put that in perspective, 1,000 megawatts of power represents the output of, say, one large power project, which, very roughly speaking, for conversation purposes, costs about $1 billion to build. Now, Bhutan has set its sights on growing that many times by 2040. In fact, by an additional 20,000 megawatts. And with each 1,000 megawatt costing about $1 billion to install, this is an enormous undertaking. And not just for the money needed, but also for the capabilities and human resources, as well as the infrastructure needed to undertake projects of this magnitude. So where will this money come from? Typically, governments borrow the money and build what they need in the power sector, but they do reach a point often where they can no longer develop their power capabilities on their own. They need outside investment, and I believe that Bhutan has reached this point. And that creates its own challenges. In many countries, there's great sensitivity around the presence of foreign capital, foreign ownership of power assets. And foreign capital itself will look for certain favorable conditions to invest on this scale, and that creates sensitivities too. So that's what we're here to talk about, the challenges as well as the opportunities, and the next big steps ahead for the kingdom on its own journey And with that, let me begin by introducing Chiwang Renzeng, a legend in the power industry in Bhutan. He's the managing director of Druk Green Power, has been since 2007. Druk Green Power is the only generation utility in the Kingdom of Bhutan. It's a subsidiary of the government-owned Druk Holding and Investments. And for his long and distinguished career in public service to the nation, he was awarded the title of Dasho. Before I turn to other panelists, though, let me ask you, Dasho, I've gone through this very quickly, summarized sort of the main parameters. You know it deeply. Please tell us more about the Bhutan's current capabilities, and as well as what the needs are for the next 15 years, and how Druk Green Power plans to meet those needs.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think Bhutan has reached a crossroads at the present time, and is setting up the way forward as we look at the Gelifo Mindfulness City has, I think, brought new thinking as to how to manage our energy resources and ensure that Bhutan has energy security for perpetuity. Bhutan has been very lucky, actually, for quite some time in that our generation capacity and our demand have kept track. And we have always been very happy to announce to the rest of the world that we have excess electricity and that we are exporting at least 60 to 70% of the energy that we generate to India. But over the last couple of years, that has changed. Hydropower, as we are used to, as a cornerstone of our socio-economic development, as a cornerstone of the friendly relationship that we have with India, has sort of changed the phase with which we are today working with, in that we have suddenly, out of maybe poor planning, not doing enough work in the hydropower sector because we were happy in our laurels to announce to the rest of the world that we are surplus in electricity. Maybe we are a little bit relaxed, but we find ourselves in a very difficult situation today in that we have a shortage of electricity during the winter months. Today is raining, so we are generating full electricity from all our power plants. But tomorrow, day after tomorrow, as the winter comes on, our rivers will dry up, get smaller and smaller, and we will generate only 1/4 to 1/5 of the installed capacity of the hydropower plants that we have. Although you did mention that we have an installed capacity of about 2,500 megawatts, in the winter months we are generating only about 450 megawatts. Last couple of years, we have jumped in supply very little, but in terms of demand, we have grown 100 times in the last 2 years. From 450, we have now reached 900. This year, we'll touch about 1,100. Next year, we are expecting to touch about 1,600. By 2034, we are expecting to touch about 3,500, and by 2040, we are expecting to touch about 4,000 megawatts. Now, when you look at it from the perspective of the demand, it looks like 4,000 megawatts should be manageable to any country. But when you look at the resource that we have, it is hydropower, and it's run-of-the-river schemes. And therefore, to produce 4,000 megawatts, we have to have an installed capacity of anywhere from 20,000 to 25,000 megawatts. That's the difficult situation that we are placed in today, in that by 2040, we need 4,000 megawatts. Presently, we have only 450 to supply, and therefore we have to multiply the installed capacity by 10 times. We've been working, rethinking our plans and policies, and I think the diversification that we're talking about, the transformation that we're talking about for the nation today is sort of looking at ways and means that by 2035 to 2040, we again can say that we have achieved energy security again. In this, I think there are three major things that we are following. Firstly, we have decided not to concentrate on hydropower alone. We are looking at solar. Solar, hydro, hybrids are seen to be the best solution for most countries. Bhutan especially, because in the summer months, like today, we get a lot of rain. But in the winter months, we get a lot of sunshine. And therefore, there is a lot of gains that we can have in terms of putting hydropower as our main source of energy, but also investing in solar. So our plans are that over the next 15 years, we'll invest in about 15,000 megawatts of hydro and about 5,000 to 6,000 megawatts of solar. Total addition that we have to do over the next 15 years is about 20,000 megawatts, in addition to the 2,500 that we have in operation just now, and about 3,000 which are under construction at the present moment. For this, of course, we need a lot of money, as you mentioned. Our estimates are that from now till 2040, 15 years, we'll need $26 billion. That puts you to about $1.5 to $1.6 billion requirement to be invested in the energy sector alone. The GDP of the country is about 3 billion. You can understand the immense task ahead of us. And therefore, the second task that we have looked at is how do we structure our projects, finance our projects. And for the first time ever, we have decided that hydropower, which we always used to say should belong and stay with the people of Bhutan, we have decided to allow private sector investments. We have decided to start off that we will give minority shareholding to private sectors and FDIs who are interested to invest in Bhutan's hydropower. So we have gone up to 49% at the present time, whereas the government will continue to own 51% of the shareholding in hydro. In solar, we are open. 100% investment can be done. We are also looking at how we can diversify in terms of our long-term arrangement with the government of India, where most of our hydropower projects got done through bilateral arrangements with the government of India. Now we're looking at multilateral banks, commercial banks across the world, in India especially. And we understand, of course, at the end of the day that our biggest partner will continue to be India, but then we need to diversify in the way we invest, structure the projects, so that by 2035, 2040, we can assure ourselves that we have sufficient power to supply whatever is needed within Bhutan at least, and the surplus during the summer months, we can still export not only to India, but we are looking at the regional market as an opportunity that we can explore. Thank you.
Thank you, Dasho. Let me now introduce Martin Razor for his reactions. Martin is the Vice President of the World Bank with responsibility for the Southeast Asia region, which includes Bhutan. He oversees a portfolio of over $50 billion of projects in the region. He's a German national. He lives in Washington, D.C. Martin, you know, when you listen to all this, and I'm sure you've considered this in a macro kind of way from the point of view of the World Bank, how difficult will it be for Bhutan to achieve these objectives, and what do you see as the challenges that Bhutan will face?
Thank you very much, Hugh. I think Dasho has done a wonderful job at outlining the challenges. I think the way I would think about them is you have challenges related with nature, the seasonality of hydropower, that calls for diversification, investment in solar, investment in geothermal. But what's very promising is that Bhutan is now opening up that space to private investment, and I think there's quite some opportunity there. The second challenge relates to the sheer scale of an investment that will, represent essentially 10 times the current GDP, or a little less than that. That obviously has major implications on the macroeconomy, but also on the needs for domestic infrastructure. And in some ways, the question is, can you turn this challenge of scaling up so rapidly into a development opportunity whilst maintaining the unique, pristine nature of Bhutan and its unique environmentally sustainable development path? And there are ways in which you can build large infrastructure, including hydropower, in a way that's conscious of the environmental footprint that it creates. But that requires a lot of care, a lot of planning. Likewise, there's ways in which the necessary infrastructure and access roads can be built with the minimum environmental footprint. But we are operating in a seismically active region. We're operating in a region in which you have, earth landslides and extreme weather events. We're operating in a scenario where, due to climate change, we may see the increased risk of GLOFs. These are glacier lake outbursts, where the glaciers melt and water is starting to accumulate until suddenly the wall of sediment and ice breaks, and you have a major flood wave coming down the stream. That has implications for the people living in that area, but that has also implications for the infrastructure. And so it needs to be planned in a way that takes these risks into account. We see some of what we can offer to Bhutan to help think about these risks, help think through the planning. And then, of course, Dasho mentioned the financing. And that's going to be a major challenge. We believe that the best way to think about that is in terms of project finance, rather than doing it off the balance sheet of the country itself, off the sovereign risk. I think these projects can earn significant returns, and that could allow much larger amounts of financing to be mobilized if these returns are dedicated to repaying the debt. However, that requires some understanding and security of who is going to offtake the power. And this is where we see a huge opportunity, but also, a challenge, which is that Bhutan's capability of producing a lot of power during the wet summer months coincides with what is likely to be the peak demand season in an ever warmer India for cooling purposes. So there is likely to be a growing market in India. Power demand in India is growing faster than GDP. India is the fastest growing large economy in the world. So integrating these two power systems provides a very good economic opportunity. But that involves a level of integration that needs to be managed, and Dasho spoke about this and the interest to diversify the funding sources and move gradually from a government to government to a PPP model, which is, I think, the right way to think about it, which could attract a wider range of potential financing partners. So this is, I think, the kaleidoscope of challenges, but we're here to help think that through and perhaps start with a few a few projects that we're thinking about, the Georgialong facility, for example, where we could demonstrate that this is possible and encourage others then to follow in the same path.
So Martin, when you talk about project finance, just as a sort of a term of art, I gather what you mean is projects that don't require the government to incur major debt despite the large investments. Is that the core idea of the pact?
That's right. The debt that's raised is raised against the revenues of the project, and therefore does not require the government to guarantee the repayment of the debt. That allows a small country to raise larger amounts of money of the benefit of the revenue that's earned by the project.
Now, Martin, have you seen other countries face similar challenges and overcome them?
I don't think I know of another country in which the investment needs are so huge and tied to hydropower. But we have, of course, a long history of experience of successfully developing hydropower investments on a project finance basis. The World Bank has invested $17 billion over the last 3 decades, and I think 68 countries overall in hydropower investments. So we do have some experience that this can be done, and I'm sure we'll hear from Rod about the interest of institutional investors. But perhaps on a broader scale, I think there are a number of countries that have shown that small can be beautiful when you think about the size of a country, and that you can leverage the concentrated energy of a government. If it focuses on one particular target, it can often make progress more rapidly and in ways that are really quite remarkable. I'm thinking of Singapore, of course, but I'm thinking also of Estonia, which is another country that 20, 30 years ago was not really on the map as a digital center, but now, as a result of investing in education, completely developing a digital public infrastructure, putting everything into digital transactions, has become one of the major leaders within Europe in that field. So it can be done. I think Bhutan has some can get some inspiration from those examples, but at the end, it needs to rely on its own energy and vision. And we hope they're successful.
So let's turn to the private sector representative here on our panel, Rod Phillips. He's vice chair of Canaccord Genuity, Canadian-based global financial services firm. Until recently, Rod served as a Minister of Finance and Minister of the Environment in the Ontario government. Rod is a Canadian, lives in Toronto. Rod, how do you think the private sector, and specifically private capital, can help Bhutan meet its needs?
Well, thank you. And as a fellow Canadian, you know that hydropower has been an important part of Canada's success. And I think Martin has laid out the macro challenges quite well from a financing perspective. From an institutional investor's perspective, there are a number of advantages, and I've had the opportunity to spend some time to visit some of the facilities here, and so we can talk about both the opportunities, but also where the challenges are going to come. I'll say in terms of the capacity, Dasho and his team, from an engineering perspective, from an ingenuity perspective, from an operational perspective, what Druk Green Power does is impressive and at a world-class scale. So I think that's going to be very positive. Also, the institutional infrastructure that exists in Bhutan is, in fact, would be surprising likely from an institutional investor's perspective. For example, the existence of an independent energy regulator. This is something that is essential in terms of the confidence of the kind of investors who are going to be used to investing in sustainable energy sources and in hydro, and that exists here and is well integrated into the system. Similarly, the distribution capacity. I'm a little embarrassed to say in Ontario, in Canada, where we've had full-scale electricity going on 2 centuries, we are only at 95% of that province, albeit a fairly large province, covered by distribution, while here in Bhutan, with all the challenges associated with mountainous territory, you have 99% electrification, which is remarkable and impressive. And the final point I would say on the positive side is the vision of His Majesty. For any significant institutional investor, one of the considerations that they're always looking at is the stability as a business partner, directly or indirectly, of the sovereign. And I think the focus, not just on the Mindfulness City project, but on hydropower will be quite helpful. On the other side of the ledger, Bhutan has not been a recipient of significant private foreign direct investment. The idea of jurisdiction and where jurisdictional issues would be resolved is going to be significant because there is not familiarity with Bhutanese law and Bhutanese regulation amongst international institutional investors. In fact, to the broader point, there is not familiarity with Bhutan with institutional investors and awareness. So I think this conference is a great opportunity. I think the speech last week by the Prime Minister at the United Nations, where he talked about the significant movement Bhutan has made from one of the least developed nations off of that list now into another position, is a significant pivot, and many have talked about that, and that will be important. But I think on the challenges side, helping, and when I talk about institutional investment, we are talking about expanding beyond India, beyond even Asia, but to the broader global pools of capital, which to Martin's point in terms of the scale of investment are going to be required. We are going to collectively, but specifically as relates to the hydro expansion, help the global capital community understand the risk profile, the currency risk, the other aspects that they're traditionally used to in a relatively small country that they're unfamiliar with.
Are there other challenges that investors or potential investors, energy companies, lenders will meet here that they'll need to see addressed in some way?
I think going deeper, the issue of the environment and the environmental sustainability of hydropower, although it is clearly a green source of energy, it is not without its challenges for some investors. And I think because, with every advantage, as I said, there's always two sides of the coin. The positioning and sincere commitment of the government of Bhutan and of Druk Green Power Corp to the environmental agenda also means that they're going to have to answer challenging questions about the nature of the development, the speed of the development. But in my opinion, that has to be juxtaposed, and I think we heard this in the conversation about critical minerals, that has to be juxtaposed against the other challenges. The enormous growth in energy demand, particularly regional energy demand, that Bhutan is so well positioned to handle, the other choices are very difficult. And whether it's natural gas or coal, quite clearly hydro is a superior form from an environmental perspective. But I do think the broader institutional investment community is very sensitive to that. I think it is a net advantage, but I don't think we can assume that away. And then the other, I think it will be looking at the relationship with India, obviously critical. The nature of the investors that are going to be interested will quite likely already have investments in India, so they'll understand things like the currency risk associated with that, the political environment. But I think helping to understand the very unique situation that Bhutan finds itself in terms of that relationship, but still the need to diversify, that will take some work. But I'm confident it can be done.
So let's go back to Martin. Do you agree with Rod's assessment as to what the private sector needs, and can Bhutan accommodate those needs?
Yeah, I think I would. I mean, I think more familiarity with Bhutan as an investment destination and the forum helps with that is clearly important. I do think, as I said earlier, I do think investment will come on the back of robust project financing structures. And that means a base of offtake that is guaranteed, that allows the investor to have some visibility on where the money is going to come from. Very strong commitment of the domestic partner, Druk Holding, to a high standard execution of projects. I think we have that. And then I think there are opportunities. India has a power exchange, and there are times in the day when power is very expensive. There might be, through greater integration, there might be the opportunity to earn quite a bit of upside, and at the same time developing domestic sources of demand to give you some diversification will also make the projects more attractive for financing. So I do think it can be solved. My sense is, though, that's why I think a role that we can potentially play is to do the first, demonstration project to show how this can be done. I think we have an opportunity also through the IFC and the geothermal and in the solar space to bring in some initial private investment, demonstrate that this is indeed a good opportunity, and nothing is as successful as success. So I think once people get the first impression, I mean, there was an initial PPP signed with Tata, I think, a year ago. There's been an announcement yesterday for another PPP structure. So I think people are starting to get more familiar, and that story will spread, and I hope we'll see more interest as a result.
So Dasho, you've heard Rod and Martin talk about the challenges. Any comments?
Yeah, I think I can definitely see that mobilizing funds would be difficult, because I think our partners are used to seeing one project at a time. Now we are looking at 15 to 20 large hydropower projects at the same time, and solar projects, maybe 20, 30 of them taking off at the same time. And therefore, we'll have a very busy time of discussions, and I hope that the first projects that we are looking at takes off as soon as possible. I think the discussion on the environment, I think Bhutan is so committed to the environment, to take care of the social and environmental impact issues and to mitigate them, and that sometimes those of us in the power sector, we question the government as to what are we getting out of all of these mitigation measures that we are putting in when we are not the ones responsible for global warming and climate change. And we have so little in terms of population, in terms of inundation, in terms of displacements. But I think the government is committed to it. We are all committed to follow international standards as far as social and environmental safeguards are concerned. And our constitution provides that 60% of the country must remain forever under forests. And presently, 50% of the land area is already under parks, and present forest coverage is about a little over 70% of the area that we have. And our intent in taking forward this 20 to 30 gigawatts or 1,000 megawatts of solar and hydro is never to infringe on that commitment that we have made to the global community. And we would like to keep that commitment, and we would like to safeguard that commitment. And accordingly, we hope that the global community will also come forward with multilateral banks, with private sector, to help us to achieve our goals.
Let me go back just to the private sector for a moment to you, Rod. We spoke about the absence of a credit rating in Bhutan's case and currency conversion issues potentially. How will those play how difficult will those be as challenges, and what kind of changes might result to overcome them?
I think Martin's point and the experience so far around focusing on a project basis helps to address much of the tactical concern. I mean, we should be clear what we're talking about in terms of achieving the objectives is a multi-decade continuous building program of a very significant scale and not easy to achieve just from a physical capacity perspective and a workforce perspective, let alone a financing perspective. But I think the focus on the individual projects will be important. The currency, because of the relationship to the rupee, I think that is going to be something that needs to be explained and understood. Quite frankly, if you were to introduce the concept of a significant investment opportunity in Bhutan to, an average institutional investor based in New York or in Singapore perhaps would know a bit more, certainly in London, there would be a significant portion of those folks who would need to refer to an atlas to find the country, and that just speaks to the ignorance of the finance community, but I won't go into that. So I think that work we talked about the promotion and the relationship and the integrated relationship already with the Indian economy, the growth that's going to be experienced there, and the mitigation of currency risks, but quite evidently, institutional investors who are already operating in rupees, have expenses in rupees, and have experience in South Asia are going to be very interested. I would put in another category large institutional pools of money that in many cases have a desire from a brand and from a diversification perspective to move to the sustainable space. And I think that's going to be a group that, again, needs to be educated. But we can't underestimate things like the absence of a credit rating. There are conditions on some very large funds that would say that would take this investment off the table. So there's going to be work to be done in that regard.
Well, we wait for any questions if there are some. Let me just go back to you, Martin, and then Rod. I mean, do you have any advice for Bhutan as it embarks on this journey?
I think we spoke about a lot of the conditions that need to be in place, but I think if I were to have one additional point of advice, ultimately the development of all of these projects, these large infrastructure investments, we have to think about the benefit that it's going to bring to the people of Bhutan. And I think there are ways to do projects that bring benefits, and there are ways to do projects that are basically enclaves, where the main benefits are the export of power, but the benefits don't really stay in the country. You earn some revenue, but so we need to think through those linkages. And I think the emphasis that Bhutan has placed on the education of its people. We need to look at what linkages can result from these investments that create opportunities for Bhutanese already today, during the phase in which this major investment plan is being rolled out. These are, opportunities all the way from supplying a gathering such as this one with local produce to investing in sustainable construction materials that will be needed for the development of GMC. I think we need to think about these linkages to make sure that the people of Bhutan see the benefit of this major investment effort.
I'll come back to you, Rod. Let me pick up a few questions. There's so many, and I'll pick a few. Perhaps for you, Dasho. Demand could be reduced significantly by adopting energy-efficient practices and policies in the built environment. How can such practices be incentivized?
I think this is on top of the agenda again. I think Bhutan is new to energy saving. We have always taken earlier our forests for granted. We have also taken our electricity for granted, actually, because it's cheap. People just keep the lights on, keep the heaters on, whether it's necessary or not necessary. We are trying to change that mentality, and there's a lot of work being done to save part of that energy that we consume. We are also now, with the help of some of our partners, moving to solar heating systems, solar water heating systems, rooftop solar, better housing cooling systems, better housing construction, and all of those things. So this is really going on quite well, and I think the ministry and the department concerned, they are looking at ways and means of subsidizing some of these initiatives that have just started, but this is on the top of the agenda. But I think in Bhutan presently, because 80% of our energy is consumed by industries, and only 20%, 15 to 20% is consumed by individuals like myself at our homes. So we'll have to go to the industries first, because that is where the 80% is taking place. And a lot of work is being done on bringing in new technologies. And we hope that the Western countries which have the technologies will provide those technologies to us at cheaper rates than that which is available at the present juncture. But that is where the difference can be made.
Here's another one. Government wants to own 51%, which means the government has to mobilize 51% financing. How does the government plan to arrange? What is wrong in giving 100% to private?
Yeah. That's a million-dollar question, I think. If you look at Bhutan today, the only resource that we have actually, which is sustainable, unless you want to start cutting down the trees, is the water that we have, the hydropower resources that we have. And normally, countries and people are very careful as to how they distribute the only resource that we have. And hydropower is considered to be one of the only resources that we have that is supposed to sustain us through the centuries to come. So it has always been the understanding, and it's also sort of enshrined in our constitution, that natural resources will stay with the people of Bhutan. And when we say stay with the people of Bhutan, we interpreted it in a way that it should not fall into the hands of a few, but it should remain with the rest of the population of this country. But now realizing at this present juncture that we have no other way of achieving the 20,000 megawatts of additional generation capacity that we would like to take up, we have opened up for the first time around. We have signed already a contract agreement, a shareholders agreement with Tata Power with 40% shareholding. It appears that they are interested, whether it's 40 or 49% as a minority shareholding, because Bhutan has a very stable government. We have a benevolent king. We have a government that runs. People are not too scared about the risks of investing in Bhutan. Now, when it comes to how do I mobilize or how do we mobilize our own 51% shareholding, we are already looking at ways and means of doing that. We are talking to the multilateral banks. We are talking to the private sector actually to sort of go to the market, the capital market. The present assets that we have, can we monetize them? Can we use them? If we can get at least the first $1 to $2 billion in front of us through such initiatives, after that, I don't think we should have any problems because we'll have so many more projects online. Not all 20,000 gigawatts will come up, 20,000 megawatts will come up in 2040. We'll have many coming up along the way, so our revenues will increase. The hydropower revenues can be plowed back into doing new projects. So I think the first step that we are taking today with the multilateral banks, the private sector, to bring in some of their equity and also dilute some of the shareholding of DHI and DGPC is going to bring in the initial equity that we require. And thereafter, we feel quite confident that this is a manageable problem that we have in front of us.
Quick, edgy question for Martin before we go. Half of the total World Bank loan is concentrated in only about 10 countries, and what Bhutan owes is just a trickle. Funny, they might want to increase that. Possibility of increasing World Bank funding Bhutan Hydro.
So you're right that our funding is distributed in a way that is largely proportional to the size of countries. We have several funding arms. The fund that Bhutan benefits is actually a highly concessional fund, the International Development Association. So credits are extended at very long maturities, over 30 years, and virtually zero interest. And Bhutan gets half of the allocations under IDA on grant terms. So these are very concessional funds, but of course, because they're highly concessional, they depend on our donors, the rich countries of the world, regularly replenishing IDA. And the rich countries have been facing fiscal constraints, which means that IDA is not as large as it should be. So that's always going to be a limitation. But in the context of the regional significance of the development of the hydro resources of Bhutan, because it can help critically complement the rollout of solar power, for example, in India, but also help Bangladesh substitute out of dirty fossil fuels. That is of a global and certainly of a regional interest. And because of that interest, we can provide additional funding to Bhutan. And so we are looking, drawing from a regional pot of money to very significantly expand our financial support to the country in the coming months. Traditionally, we were in the range of $50 million per year. We now have a pipeline of $600 million per year. I can't say exactly how quickly that's going to come on stream, but it gives you an indication of the commitment that we have because of the importance that we see that Bhutan's story plays, not just for Bhutan, but also for the region more generally.
Okay, well, here's another one then, Martin. In Europe, the energy transition is failing. See Germany's heavy deindustrialization. How can this be avoided here?
I think I would refer to what Nick Stern, who was my teacher 35 years ago at the LSE, said this morning in his keynote, which is that the costs of renewable energy are falling dramatically. The countries of South Asia, and not just Bhutan, have the ability today to build out their energy systems, to build out their infrastructure, to develop industries that are far more energy efficient and that rely on electrical power far more than on fossil fuels. That's an investment opportunity, and the costs are in many areas already moving in favor of renewables. That's an investment opportunity that we can't afford to lose, and we need to invest in it. It won't happen on its own, but I think that's a much easier problem to solve than to get out of polluting industries once you have them. So I do see this as an opportunity, but as I said, it's not going to happen automatically. It'll require significant investment and significant policy commitment to back up those investments.
A number of questions focus on your demand projections, Dasho, and of course we all know it's hard to predict the future and these are fluid numbers, but Here's one about, are your models taking into account reduced hydro production resulting from climate change?
We have the impact of climate change, most people fear will be on the runoff of the rivers that we get in the Himalayas. Of course, we have not seen snowfall in quite some time in Paro and Thimphu, which we normally see. We have also seen that our glaciers are receding, and therefore, definitely climate change is affecting the way the river flows are behaving. But studies are showing that the monsoons are going to get much more intense. And I think this is the first time that we are getting rain into October here in Bhutan. And therefore, the monsoons are changing. And the projections are that the river runoffs actually will increase, although they will be more erratic. And therefore, I think when we plan into the future and take the projections, we are not only looking now at run-of-the-river schemes, we are looking at augmenting that with solar, but also we are looking at moving to some reservoir projects as our immediate solution to winter shortages, but in the long run, to merge solar with pump storage. And so we are looking at pump storage as something that we work with into the future to deal with the climate change. But we would like to say that we remain green, renewable, and stick to hydro, solar, geothermal, and that we hope that we will not be put in a position to have to import power, which is black, as you call it, but thermal power mostly, which you can get from the market in India and maybe from Bangladesh if you can ever get it. But we are committed to do this, and we don't see as a whole that there would be a problem in the water availability because of climate change, but in terms of how we manage that water, we have to change from the run of the river to some reservoirs, and in future to the pump storage projects that we're looking at.
Thank you, Dasha. Rod, quickly, before we finish, any advice for Bhutan?
Actually, I think Martin's point about keeping focused as the country has, as His Majesty has, on the benefits to the people of Bhutan. That has served the country well. The numbers speak for themselves, and the experience of being relatively new to being here certainly reinforces that. So I don't think there's anything more to say on that, but lots to do.
Dasha, final word?
Thank you. I think we are all getting into this vision of ours with our eyes wide open, as was mentioned in the first day. We have a task ahead of us which many feel may not be manageable. We also feel the pressure that it may be a task that may be very difficult for us to overcome. But we must, for our energy security, for our existence, we have to ensure that these plans to develop 20,000 megawatts, at least by 2040, succeed. If we fail, we'll be worse off than where we are today. That's something I'm sure the global community would not want us to be in. We would like to only hope that our friends and partners, the new friends and partners that we have forged here today in the last 3 days, will continue to work with us to develop our hydropower resources. And we are committed, of course, to do it, as was mentioned on the first day, in a mindful manner. Second day, by innovating, financing, project structuring. And today, sustainably, so that we can leave our resources for our children and their children into the future. So we look forward to working with all of you here who are here today, and we look forward to working with the multilateral banks as well as the private sector, and we are open to business. Thank you.
Thank you, Dasha. We've come to the end of our time. Like to highlight this exciting moment in Bhutan's history and thank our panelists for shedding light on Bhutan's journey ahead. Thank you.
Okay, it is on. Welcome back, everybody. Lunch is coming up next, so to earn your lunch, we've got a treat for you, because one thing we all agree on is that we don't have appropriate incentives to reduce carbon emissions. So, can Bhutan lead the way? It's a question we're going to be asking now, and can it lead us out of this mess? We have a fantastic panel today, I'm delighted to say. Let me introduce them to you. Bob Litterman, Chairman of Climate Policy and founding partner at Kepos Capital, also the premier member of the US Treasury Financial Stability Oversight Council's Climate-Related Financial Risk Advisory Committee. Yep, it's great to have you here, Bob. Susie Kerr, Chief Economist of the non-profit environmental advocacy group, the Environmental Defense Fund. Thank you for coming. Sonam Tashi, Director of the Department of Environment and Climate Change here in Bhutan, and globally co-chair of the carbon market negotiations at the UNFCCC. Great to have you. And finally, Max Song, CEO of Carbon Base, which helps companies and individuals track and offset their emissions. So, to help achieve a rapid transition to a net zero carbon global economy, many say it will require a substantial increase in financial flows from developed to developing economies. Now, one innovative approach recently pursued by the World Bank involves issuing sustainability-linked bonds with specific environmental targets. A notable example is the idea of a carbon-linked bond, where the country receiving the proceeds commits to progressively increasing its carbon pricing and ties bond payments to the achievement of these targets. So let's just have a little more on what these are, what these bonds are, so that we all understand what we're talking about first. So Bob, I'm going to start with you. What are carbon-linked bonds?
Yeah,
do they exist at the moment?
No.
All right, so this is an idea. Okay.
An idea. I think it's perfectly fit to Bhutan. And
right.
The carbon-linked bond is a very simple tweak on an existing bond, which are called real return bonds. Real return bonds, for instance, in the United States, they're called Treasury Inflation Protected Securities, and they're bonds where the coupon and the principal are linked to the actual inflation that occurs, so that an investor gets a real return plus whatever the inflation is, and that protects them against inflation. Now, the key insight here is that these bonds then create what we call a forward curve of inflation. So you can actually buy or sell inflation, and you can see what the market expects inflation to be. By replacing the broad consumer price index measure of inflation with a carbon price index of carbon price movements, you can then convert this into a carbon-linked bond, where what you can read from the bond is the market's expectation of future carbon prices. And the reason that we need these is because we need to increase the amount of investment in low carbon solutions. And what's going to do that is private sector expectations of getting rewarded for future reduced emissions. And so it creates expectations of strong incentives to reduce emissions. That creates private sector flow into the space, and we need to increase that flow of capital maybe 3 times. It's a huge increase that we need, and it needs to come from the private sector.
So that relies on a couple of things. You need a price for the bond to raise by. How is that determined? Or how would it be determined?
Yes, it requires a government to set a target for carbon prices. Now, that would be something that the government would decide.
So each government would decide?
Each government would decide, and the idea here is really to turn around the difficulty of taxing carbon. And the problem with creating a tax, certainly in the United States, is that it's a tax. People don't like taxes. The pain is immediate. The potential benefit is uncertain, and it's in the distant future. And so it's easy to have political opposition, very difficult to do. But if you issue a carbon-linked bond, the beauty of it is the pain is in the distant future. The benefit, which is funds that can be used by the government, and also the investments that are going to come from the private sector, are going to be made immediately in order to benefit from the expectation of future carbon prices.
And these bonds are just issued by governments or to governments?
It would be issued by a government, because the government then can create the incentive. It creates the incentive to invest by creating expectations that it's going to hit the carbon price. In effect, the government is saying to the private sector, we're going to price carbon. And then because you can see what the market believes, you can say, well, does Does the market believe it or not? Similar to the way the Federal Reserve uses these inflation bonds to create credibility. Recently, a couple of years ago, when the inflation rate was going up in the US, you could see that the market expected higher inflation in the future. Well, the Fed reacted, it has credibility, and so those future expectations have come down. And in fact, the Fed has been able to achieve, well, we'll see, but it looks like they're achieving a soft landing because they've achieved the credibility. And here what we're hoping to do is create credibility, and if Bhutan can do it, they can lead the world. That's really why a small country like Bhutan can have a huge impact, because they can create that expectation that other countries can also emulate of, we're going to price carbon in the future. That expectation of appropriate incentives, both to price carbon, meaning to create incentives not to pollute, but also create incentives to pull that pollution out of the atmosphere. It works both ways.
So it's an idea you think might be able to work in Bhutan. Sonam, it's a question for you. What do you think about that idea? Could it work here?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Bob, for that. It should work because I think most of you are familiar that we may be the only country where trees have rights through the constitution. But the problem is the Bhutanese trees have not been generating income for the government to carry out its social mandate. So yes, I mean, just jokes aside on that. No. What Bob was mentioning, it's relevant. For instance, we see it as a way to finance development in Bhutan. If you look at our National Adaptation Plan, we require $14 billion for climate change adaptation over the next few decades. The next 5 years, we need 1.4 billion. And it's a fact that no country on earth is going to give this money. I mean, they'll fight wars for more than that, but they'll not give for development assistance. So the way to do it is through the markets, which Bob has, illustrated very well. And do we have the background or the basics for that? I would say yes. For instance, we have the green tax. And I'm mentioning the green tax in reference to Bob was mentioning the governments have to set the price signal for the bond, right? Through the carbon pricing mechanism. And for us, the green tax is a good point of reference. Import of fossil fuel is 5%, it is a tax. For vehicles, it ranges from 0 for electricity, so obviously 0 can't be a price point. And then it goes from 5% to 30%. The bigger car you have, the higher the green tax. So that could be a very good thing for the government to send the price signal of if these bonds are to be issued from here. And also we've been working on a green taxonomy. I mean, I may be appropriating my finance colleagues' mandate, but let me speak on their behalf also. They've been working on a sustainable financing framework, a green taxonomy, which are some of the legislative requirements or regulatory requirements when these bonds are being issued. But what Bob is saying is carbon is a bit different. So, but it's just to give you a landscape that we've been working on. And then also on the regulatory aspects, where there are certain emission reduction requirements by industries and also, which again, could be linked to the whole carbon bond. And then you have the markets, which is a discussion, which I don't want to mix up things right now, but yeah. So it's just to let you all know that we do have some of the basics. And the good thing is, what Bob is saying is that countries have not done this, and Bhutan could be a good test case of how carbon bonds can work, and we must make it work for this country. Thank you.
And how would it play out? How quickly do you think it could be taken on here? And who could you see as the prime movers in that space?
Okay, so the prime movers is this, into defining, say, the taxonomy of carbon and all. If that's required, that will be my department. But the people who have to lead this, it will be our finance ministry, or what in the US you call the Treasury Department, and then our central bank, the Royal Monetary Authority, what in the US is the Federal Reserve. So they'll have to take the lead, the initiative on this, yeah. But seeing the speed at which the green taxonomy and the sustainable financing framework was developed, and I guess this is the advantage of being small and using speed to your size to your advantage. It shouldn't take more than, I would say, optimistically. Let me be raising my ambition and putting pressure on my finance colleagues. They should get it done in less than 12 months, because if climate is an urgency, if development is an urgency and we need to finance, then even 12 months is it's being too generous. I guess 6 months they should get it done. Again, this is just, I know my finance colleagues are going to be after me after this, but this is, we must set ambitious targets, planning targets for them.
And how would the private sector in Bhutan be affected by a move like that?
Well, again, you're putting incentives in place, and so the private sector would say, oh, I would love to get paid, but how do I know that the government is going to do that? They say they're going to, but how would I know? The idea of the carbon-linked bond is you can actually go into this forward market and hedge the risk that you're not going to get paid. So then you can guarantee that you're going to get paid, and that will incentivize the private sector to come here and build the investments that are needed. I think everyone has been talking about we need policy to create incentives for the private sector to come in, and that's what this bond does.
Right. Don't forget, all of you can ask excellent questions of the panel. All you need to do is scan that code, the Q&A code. You write your question now. We'll ask them at the end towards the end of the session. So far, we have had really, really good questions. They're getting better. See if you can top them and have the best question, and I will read that out, and we'll get the answer from this amazing panel. Susie, let me turn to you. How can carbon markets complement carbon-linked bonds?
So, great question. So, first, just like Nick Stern did, and our wonderful Buddhist speaker on the first day, I think it's very important to define what we mean by carbon markets. So the fundamental thing that a carbon market is trying to do, and here I am talking about an international carbon market, so a market where, say, the US government or the New Zealand government, where I am from, is forming a deal with Bhutan. Sorry.
That's it. I want everybody to be able to hear you. Great.
The fundamental purpose of those markets is twofold. The first is to transfer resources from, say, New Zealand to Bhutan so that Bhutan can accelerate the rate at which it goes even more net negative. The second is to create the incentives so that Bhutan uses those resources in a really effective way to actually drive the change. And so that's what the carbon markets are doing. And if you've got carbon markets that are providing resources and providing incentives, because you only get reward in a carbon market if you actually lower your emissions, that would complement the pricing, and the two instruments would work together extremely well. You would have additional incentives for investors to come in, higher returns for those investments.
Now, you look at this on a global scale. What is working at the moment and what isn't?
So, starting with the negative, the markets have been extremely challenging, particularly the voluntary carbon market, which is what a lot of people think about in this space. And voluntary carbon markets are challenging both because the demand is voluntary. So there aren't many companies who actually want to buy these credits, and they're not willing to pay decent prices for them. The second challenge is on the supply side, that generally the instruments that have been used are very complex and they're not targeting systemic change. They're not enabling you to transform your whole electricity system or your whole transport system. They're picking off little pieces of it. But what is working now is what's called jurisdictional crediting. So what you do is take a whole country, in the case of Bhutan, or a state, if you're in a larger country like Brazil, and instead of, and you, at that level, you negotiate a baseline of what you might have expected that country to do, given their NDC, given their income, given their capability, and you create that as a baseline. You measure what they actually managed to do, and you provide a reward for the difference. And this is being done for protection of tropical forests already, but it could also be expanded out into electricity sector. The US State Department is trying to do this. So this is, I think, the space where we're really moving into. And those credits could be bought by companies, but not many will buy them, but they can also be bought by countries.
Yeah.
And the countries are, and again, that's countries like mine or Bob's, or maybe other countries as well.
But, Sonam, this negotiation between countries, how affected is one country by the other? Is it about the leadership, or can you put pressure in these international negotiations that you attend?
Some of us don't get to sleep for a few days as coaches. So these negotiations, how it works is you can negotiate on your own, but that's a bit more challenging because at the end, though it's one country, one vote, you need to have negotiating blocks because at the end, the consensus is built on the strength of numbers. But it is not easy because Article 6 that you're referring to, that is really going to set the global benchmark on how the markets operate. I mean, there are many different markets, right? And as Susie was mentioning, you have a large voluntary market, but even those are looking up to the Article 6 negotiations to conclude. And there are a few technical issues that we need to sort out in the negotiations. The technical solutions are clear in front of all of us, but the biggest challenge is the political will to act on those. If I may give an example, for instance, for many developing countries, and relevant for this panel here, as well as the BI forum, is this, for many of us, like say for Bhutan, our interest is in nature-based solutions. It's in nature-based solutions, because we don't have the tech to remove carbon from the atmosphere. But the biggest battle is on that, the industrialized countries are in favor of tech-based solution. Developing countries, if only tech-based solutions are accepted, then we might as well say goodbye to our participation in the carbon markets. It's very important that nature-based solutions are there. And that is, it's a technical issue. It can be sorted out, but we have political, political entanglement in this here. So this just to explain. And then the voluntary market is again interesting. The voluntary market, the independent standards, they also want government authorizations and all. And that's mainly to do with the pricing and the issue of environmental integrity and also. So just to simplify a lot of the complex negotiations next one is this, that the overall, all parties agree, 200 countries, we all agree that environmental integrity is to be upheld. There should be no double counting of emissions. But the pathways of how to reach that is where the differences are lying. For instance, should it be, as I was saying, should it be tech-based? Should it be nature-based solutions? And should it be a free-for-all participation? That with minimum oversight or with a large regulated framework.
Okay. Companies haven't entered the fray yet. We've been talking about governments. But Max, should companies be asked to take responsibility? And if they want to, do they have the tools to do so?
Thank you very much. So I want to start with something that I think can help us understand the nature of the problem very simply. So those of us in the audience here, raise your hand if you know your personal carbon footprint as a person. Raise your hand if you know the carbon footprint of the company you work at, if you know the footprint there. A little bit more. Raise your hand if you have ever purchased a carbon credit in your life before, whether for yourself or for a company. And raise your hand if you believe that nature is intrinsically valuable. So to me, this example illustrates, I think, a very interesting concept, which is that all of us believe nature to have value, but we struggle with the assignment of value to nature. And the technical complexity of the carbon markets is deep and sophisticated, but the core idea of what we're trying to do here, what Bob's really brilliant idea is to find a way to create an incentive scheme where humans and companies have a reason to participate in the preservation, maintenance, and regeneration of our planet. And it happens to be called carbon credits. The challenge of carbon credits as a moniker is that it's actually suffered from a lot of, let's say, reputation problems. There was an article in The Guardian about 2 years ago that decried 90% of all forestry credits issued by Vera as illegitimate. For those of you who've bought forestry credits, this is a very painful experience. What we're looking to talk about here on stage is actually how do we re-understand and reassign value to nature? How do we allow governments to participate and spearhead, especially innovative governments like Bhutan, to spearhead new frameworks of the financial ecosystem? And how do we load our traditional infrastructure into that category? So in my own company at Carbon Base, I spent the last 4 years trying to work with large listed companies, getting them to go through the journey that we're talking about here. And I have found personally, most companies are very eager to attend a sustainability conference. Many are willing to hire a chief sustainability officer. Very few are willing to spend real balance sheet money on the problem. And it is precisely It's precisely because the first two help you build a brand and company. The last one requires you to make huge investment decisions and look at your actual cost of production. We have been living in a rent-free society on nature for the last 150 years. The things that we use today, we do not actually pay for their full amounts. We pay for the cost of human labor, we pay for the cost of transportation, but we rarely pay nature for the cost of the actual production of materials, services, and energy. And so if we want to make the system appropriate, we need to recapitalize and refinancialize the value of nature through tools like carbon-linked bonds so that we can actually have a more holistic accounting, right, of the planet we live on. I'll sort of end my little section here with a comment and give it back to Flor. I think that we're standing at a very interesting precipice because there are countries out there that have, let's say, delayed, right, significant progress on climate negotiations for 2 or 3 decades for their self-interest. And frankly, we live in a society where we are mobilized by self-interest. However, we now come to realize that even the countries that are the richest and most powerful are still at the whims of nature. Right? The devastating hurricanes and floods that ravaged many developed countries recently showcase that no one is invulnerable to this problem. If we want to actually solve this problem on the other side, we need to actually have strong sovereign leadership creating new financial architecture that actually rewards people and companies to actually reinvest in nature itself. And these are the sort of frameworks I think about looking at our amazing panelists and discussions on stage.
But so, they're listening, but what steps would you recommend are taken?
So let's dive into the complexity of the market a little bit more. So many few people understand that there's a concept called a carbon credit, but very few understand that there's actually 2 types of carbon credits with very different properties. There's a carbon credit known as a compliance carbon credit, where the government decrees a finite amount of emission quota, and they auctions off this quota to the corresponding emitters. This is a system that's been in place for 19 years in the European Union. It's called the Emission Trading Scheme, and also has counterparts in Western California, in Korea, Japan, and now China. This is actually a very effective scheme, and for the people who participate in the market, it's roughly a $500 billion market or so. There's a smaller market for carbon credits called voluntary carbon credits. This is something that Susie mentioned earlier, and this is actually what I asked you guys here to do. Very few people have actually purchased the voluntary carbon credits, but what you don't understand about it is actually it represents 1 unit of labor that someone or some company has done to actually decrease or remove CO2 from the atmosphere. And so I believe that we need to fundamentally recognize what is the value of a voluntary carbon credit, and I think the naming itself doesn't do it any service. We should be calling it actually a different name, one that actually prioritizes the active investment and economic opportunity in the removal and avoidance of CO2. And so I think that's maybe the first starting point, I would say, as one solution to the problem.
You were nodding there, Susie, during the EU trading scheme. What's successful about that? What lessons to be learned about what the EU are doing?
So the great thing about a compliance system is that the market is backed by government. It's backed by enforcement, it's backed by really careful measurement, and so it puts a clear legal obligation on all emitters. So you can't choose whether or not you're going to face a price. And so if you are a steel company in the EU, you have to measure your emissions, and then you have to buy or get from the government at times enough allowances that will match that. And the total number of allowances is limited, so as the number of allowances comes down over time, the emissions have to come down. And the EU system did struggle at first, and these are new markets. When you compare them to a lot of markets we're familiar with, like a land market, those markets have been around for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and they've evolved very gradually. These are markets we're creating from scratch. And so we have to create the property rights that are behind them in all the institutions. And it took a while for the EU to do that. So the prices initially, they started high, they went low, there was problems with fraud, all sorts of issues, but slowly they've refined it and they've evolved it, and now the prices have recently been as high as $100, and that's driving real change. And you're seeing that in other countries as well. China has a real carbon price that has been steadily rising. It incentivizes improvements in electricity production. New Zealand, my country, has a price that is about $50 a tonne. And we're beginning to see really solid empirical evidence that these prices are driving change. And yeah.
But you asked, what are some of the problems? And one of the problems is that these prices are not consistent across countries. EU is way ahead. If you look at the incentives to reduce emissions in petrostates, it goes the wrong direction. They're subsidizing electricity, subsidizing fossil fuels, and so they're encouraging emissions. The global average, when you look at the countries like the EU and on the other hand, the petrostates, is essentially zero. And it should be a much stronger incentive. So how do we get that cooperative agreement where everyone goes to a strong incentive? And that's where I think a small country like Bhutan can really provide leadership and serve as an example for others to follow.
Spell that out for us, Bob. I mean, how can you crack that nut?
Well, so one of the problems is that pollution is a public bad. If you've heard of public goods, that's something where everyone benefits. Public bad is where everyone suffers the consequences, but each state pays for its ability to help. So each state on its own has an incentive to say, I hope everyone else does a good job, but I'm not going to do it. Now, if you have a developing country like Bhutan who says, no, we're going to take the lead, we're going to price carbon over the next 10 years or 20 years, and this is what we're going to do, that creates a marker. And it starts to say, all right, are you going to do it? How do we get to harmonized approach? I think the world is looking for a leader. I think Bhutan taking a jurisdictional approach, setting a target, and then issuing a bond where they say, if you come here, we can guarantee that you'll get paid, will really create an incentive for businesses to come here and provide an opportunity to develop in a clean way, provide jobs, opportunity, investment, and other countries will see this and say, yeah, we should do that as well.
And spell that out, Bob. If a company comes here, how will they change their working practices in each, pick an industry? What will we see a company do? Because they're starting from scratch, they're coming to a jurisdiction that's, if in 12 months the bond's going to be up and running, I think it's 6 months. Sorry, 6 months.
I hope so. Well, if I'm an entrepreneur.
6 months time you come here.
Yeah, and I say, well, I have a good way to reduce emissions, okay? But if I go somewhere else, like the United States, who cares, But if I come here and the government says, your ability to reduce emissions is going to get paid, and by the way, you can guarantee it because you can go into this forward market and you can lock in that price.
And just spell out, just pick any example so we understand, what would that company be doing to reduce emissions?
Well, let's say, one of the examples that we've talked about is growing bamboo and then using it as a construction material. So it sequesters that carbon. Bamboo grows very quickly. So it sounds like a good thing, but how do I know what I'm going to get paid? Well, in a market like this where there's a forward price, you say, all right, I'm going to get paid. So I know what I'm going to get paid. Therefore, I'm going to come to Bhutan to do this. You see what I mean? It reduces the risk. And it induces the investment because that's why people invest capital. It's because they expect to make a profit. I know it's nice to think that everyone would do the right thing, but the reality is people respond to incentives. So if I know I can get paid here and I have uncertainty about whether I'm going to get paid or I don't even think I'm going to get paid, I'm going to not go there, I'm going to go here.
So if in 6 months' time this is up and running, Max, and companies come to you, how would you be able to describe a scheme like this and how popular do you think it would be?
I think that the success of this depends on Bhutan's ability actually to allocate financial resources to the companies that are coming here. And I think one of the key challenges that Bhutan faces, as we talked about, is that actually Bhutan is a carbon negative country. So in the global accounting of this thing, Bhutan actually should be being paid money, right, for the act of sequestering carbon on behalf of the world. And then that money that Bhutan receives could be the source of an investment fund for new technologies that can actually reduce more CO2. So my understanding is that this is a really powerful mechanism, guaranteeing corporations a chance to have a line of sight on where the carbon price is going to go and how they can expect their investments to return in the future. And I think the challenge here really is that we need to find the source of funding that powers these carbon-linked bonds, right, and give them really strict criteria for what activities qualify to earn the money.
Yeah. Well,
So,
you and Sonam are going to be co-opted by the Treasury here because you're doing a good job in filling their coffers. But if that money is there, will multinationals be interested? We're looking around for where to open the next branch. Will they say Bhutan? What will they need to hear from Sonam as he goes on a world tour explaining this new product to attract companies to come to Bhutan?
Sure. So I just want to maybe integrate this question into the larger conference we've had, right? There is a strong desire in Bhutan to become a global source of green technology and innovation. And this mechanism we talked about here could be the key that unlocks that attractiveness. Why would climate change companies around the world want to come to Bhutan? Is to be able to be highlighted and spotlighted by the country for their unique carbon-reducing activities. Now, Bhutan is, for all of its ambition, still one country. What Bhutan needs to do is actually to create alliances with other countries that can follow a similar funding model, so there's now a set of sovereign entities willing to put money and resources behind the decarbonization. I think of this as, the sort of fundamental psychological transition, which is EV cars today are undeniably way more valuable, right, than combustion engine cars. The utility of electric cars and the AI components that come with that make it so that it's a no-brainer. It's actually a totally dominating choice against the traditional, sort of ICs. So what we need to do is find other sectors where there's a clear dominance of actually economic favorability for the green product, as opposed to waiting for kind of the green premium to essentially be picked up, altruistically by the tab, and instead highlight those companies as attractive destinations of investment capital. Finally, I want to say something, which is the carbon registry. So the unique thing about carbon credits is that they actually exist as a commodity, but they're a digital commodity. You can't taste, touch, or see 1 ton of negatively removed CO2. Right? It exists as entries in a database. And so using the conversation we had earlier 2 days around all of the artificial intelligence and machine learning and data collection, the more data that is available to the more data available to describe, right, this instrument of carbon, the more valuable the instrument is. And so that is also another way for companies like the founders in the audience to inject value into those credits and make those credits extremely valuable so that there's economic reward for decarbonization.
Sonam, yeah, and then Susie.
I just want to, listening to Max and everyone, as a citizen from a carbon negative country, I would like to call out and urge Brussels must allow the import of carbon credit from a country with high environmental integrity. Otherwise, the $500 billion market size we are talking is illusion. It's like a mirage in the desert where you'll see the water, but when you go there, there's only sand. So I urge the European Union, they have to open the market which they shut a few 10 years ago, 12 years ago, that has led to a catastrophic crash in the market for carbon credits, and countries like Bhutan have suffered. To Max and the call that you made to companies, now as a bureaucrat, I would like to seek an irrevocable contract from you that you are willing to reward countries like mine that have high environmental ambition and not get into the technicalities of the UNFCCC negotiation, which will look for additionality because Bhutan will not qualify for additionality. I want an ironclad guarantee that companies like yours will reward my country for the genuine efforts that we've made for centuries, and we will keep raising our environmental ambition here. So thank you.
Done.
Fantastic. Well, we've got that handshake on camera. This is being live streamed on YouTube, by the way, around the world, to the EU. Susie.
I wanted to offer another example for companies coming in, because the examples that we've had so far, we are paying the companies to come in. And that means Bhutan is giving that money to international companies. And in some instances, that will make sense. But in the transport sector, it can work the other way around. If you have a sustainability bond, the the government will put a price on the fossil fuels that are used. That makes electric vehicles much more attractive. So it's going to bring in electric vehicle companies without having to pay them, simply because it will be more profitable for people to buy an electric vehicle than a traditional vehicle. And the government can use the money to build the charging infrastructure that is necessary to make it possible to use the electric vehicles. But then all the money is staying within Bhutan. And so we need to be very clear that carbon pricing is not always paying. Sometimes it is charging the emitters, and but both of those have investment incentives. So if you are coming into a country and you're investing in renewable energy, you don't need to receive a credit if your competitors are facing a higher price.
A few more minutes left to get your questions in. Scan, tap away. I will get to them very shortly. I always come to you for the figures, Bob. If we have a carbon price in this country, is there going to be a now competition created if there's not a single carbon price, and if these products are differently, when these companies are looking around which country to move to, is there going to be another market? Is that a good thing?
Well, the good thing would be to have globally harmonized incentives to reduce emissions. That's the fundamental problem that we're facing now, is we don't have those incentives.
Relative price across the world.
Relative price across the world.
Is that going to happen?
Is it going to happen? It has to happen. You know, we know where we're going. It's going to be going to net zero. The question is, how quickly are we going to get there? And right now, we're not moving fast enough. So, I mean, you heard Nick Stern this morning. There's sort of good news and bad news. The good news is we've all agreed where we're going to go. The bad news is we haven't gotten there fast enough. And one way of measuring that, I think it's a good way, is to think about how much investment is needed and how much is currently happening. And the amount that's needed is probably 3 times the amount. Currently, Bloomberg New Energy...
Give us the figures.
They estimate that global investment in low-carbon solutions is about $1.8 trillion per year.
Yeah.
We need about $5 trillion per year. And the $1.8 trillion is dominated by governments and by philanthropy. And governments just don't have that money to increase 3 times. So what's missing is the private sector. And the reason it's missing is because the private sector doesn't expect to get paid for those low carbon solutions. We need to create the expectation that they're going to get paid. How do you create that expectation? That's where the forward curve comes in, and that's where the carbon-linked bond comes in. And Bhutan can really create, the expectation that other countries are going to do this, can create an example that others can follow, and hopefully we converge to that common understanding of strong incentives to reduce emissions, which again, are not where they need to be right now.
Max, is that going to wake up the private sector? What's going on?
We need trillions of dollars. We need trillions of dollars. And frankly, the source of the money, I think, is the existential question. Like, where's this money going to come from, right? But I think one thing I just want to highlight here, and just spending a lot of time in the family office, investment, and financial scene, is that we also have to understand something really fundamental about our economy, which is our economy is completely made up by people. These trillions that we keep talking about are made up by us, right? Nature doesn't have a bank account where they look at the number of zeros there. Nature has energetic, dynamic systems that either preserve life or destroy life. And the system that we set up for ourselves, the games that we're playing here, is heading to the destroying life category. So there's 2 numbers I want to sort of contribute to. One number is a sort of report published by the World Economic Forum a few years ago, where they said biodiversity's total asset value on the planet is $175 trillion. That is how much value is stored in the actual existence of nature. I was very flabbergasted by this figure. I shared it with some friends. My friend said, this is a lower bound estimate, because global human civilization is roughly $150 trillion a year. And if we only value biodiversity to be about 1 year worth of human GDP, I think we're missing a mark. So that, I think, is a starting point. how do we assign value, $1 trillion of value, to the existence of biodiversity today, and also to the work that repairs and rejuvenates destroyed biodiversity in the future? And by that estimate, I would say, you can quote me on this, I think Bhutan is already a $1 trillion industry, or $1 trillion economy.
I mean, I think that's a dream that many of us have. We need to hit the $1 trillion club. I mean, I would say this is not, but let's get back to reality. Let's not go into this. The climate race to the bottom, it's like everybody wants a Gucci bag kind of thing. Let's not do that. so anyway, but thanks, Mac. Just want to add to Mac's thing. If you refer to the World Bank's country environmental analysis, it's a good report they do. And just to show the wealth of biodiversity, if you look at the Bhutan's GDP, it's very small, about 3 billion. But if you look at the wealth of Bhutan, where they account for not only your GDP, but also the biodiversity wealth, human wealth, it's about $15 billion here. And it has increased over the years. So 50% of that 15 billion is from biodiversity alone. So which means if you take care, I mean, and if you can add value to environment in Bhutan, this country's wealth can increase. Now only the question comes, how do we monetize that wealth? And for this, we need people, I mean, Wall Street gurus like Bob to help us to monetize that wealth. Yeah, thank you.
Do you want to?
No, I agree. We have to get, Wall Street investments, and where do they go? They go where they expect to make profits. And that's, the investment flows are incredibly sensitive to where they think they can make profits. And that's just the way the world works.
Well,
so we have to recognize that.
Yeah, although Bhutan is showing that's not the way the whole of the world works. That's the mindset thing, but we'll maybe leave that for this session. But that is one of the examples of launching this bond in Bhutan, presumably, is that the mindset in this country puts the happiness in first.
Mindset is great, but you know what incentives are?
But companies are run by people. But companies are run by people,
right?
And they have to make decisions.
And people make decisions based on the incentives that they face. That's just the reality.
So I've got a question for you here, Bob, from the audience, and Susie as well. How can international investors and organizations participate in the carbon-linked bond market?
Well, they would participate by coming to Bhutan and investing here because they think they'll get paid for it. Now, what I think is great about Bhutan is it can be an example, and then the amount of emissions reduction from Bhutan alone is going to be a drop in the bucket. We know that. But if we start getting other countries to do the same thing, and eventually you can get global harmonization. So it's kind of like, let's put a target out there. Where should we be pricing carbon? It's much, much higher. I mean, we're a fraction. We're at about $4 a ton. We should be on the order of $200 a ton. Okay, so we've got a long way to go, and Bhutan can provide the leadership that we need. And for instance, in the United States, I think most investors do not expect carbon to be priced. But if we can change that mindset, you talk about mindset change, the mindset change is the example that Bhutan would give. And people would see that and say, oh, that makes sense. And then, the other thing, and Max pointed this out as well, is governments don't have unlimited funds. In the United States next year, there's going to be a desperate need to raise taxes because the Trump tax breaks are going to expire. And the best way to raise taxes would be to have a carbon tax. Now, there's going to be very few politicians who are right now raising their hand and saying we're going to put a carbon tax. But you know what? Behind the scenes, they all wish they could do that, both Republicans and Democrats. And so the question is, can we provide a mindset change that will say, yeah, you know what, that makes sense. Other countries have done it, it's worked, and we should do it as well. So a small change here in Bhutan, as an example, could lead to a massive impact, for example, in the United States. And I believe, as we've talked about before, the EU has been leading. They've had strong incentives, and they're cleaning up their economy. China is moving quickly, from a low base, yes, but they've passed the US already, and they're moving quickly with their emissions trading system. So if the US joins, I think that will really create a block that is effectively going to require the rest of the world to join in. So that's how close we are, and that's how powerful Bhutan's leadership could be.
Susie, do you think this scheme, this idea could be that catalyst? You've got the broad view of all these other schemes and how much difference this would make. Bob's being realistic. He's saying that Bhutan itself wouldn't make the world of difference, but would it change the mindset? Would it be a catalyst, or how could it be?
Yeah, I think we're at a point in the international carbon markets where we have almost no trades. So if Bhutan can set an example of how they can genuinely commit to reducing their emissions, and they can work with investors, with other governments, to really create that as a credible model and to show the world, get out there and talk about it, that could be incredibly catalytic. There are a lot of people who want to do this, but they are scared to be the first, or they don't know how to do it. And so we need to create these demonstrations. We need some success stories that we can talk about, and they need to be really credible success stories. And the whole, Bob talked about the free rider problem, that everybody's waiting for someone else to go first. But one of the things we know about people is that people are inherently quite cooperative. And so if you show some people being cooperative, that tends to induce other people to want to be cooperative too. And so this is the country to really describe and make that happen.
And there are a few things about Bhutan that are really special. One is the unity of the government. In most countries, especially the United States, I would say, you get one party in, the other party, it's going to change the system. Here in Bhutan, I think investors would be confident that it's not going to be a change in policy. And and then there's the jurisdictional approach that Bhutan has talked about, the fact that Bhutan is carbon negative, and so it should be rewarded. There's all these things that come together in Bhutan that make it an ideal first leader in this space.
We've got two questions here on Bhutan. Let's lump them together. Is it fair to tax or put a green tax for people of Bhutan, a country that is carbon negative, when the country does not get enough compensation from the global community? And given that Bhutan is recognized as carbon negative, do you think there should be a global initiative to financially support Bhutan for its environmental effort? Who wants to take those on? Everyone's nodding. Max?
Yes. The answer is yes. We should be globally rewarding Bhutan for actually accomplishing what none of the other countries have been able to do. Like, Bhutan is at the finish line.
I would say the World Bank has already said in something like these sustainability-linked bonds, we will provide the financing. So it's out there. We just have to bring it here.
Max, finish going.
I want to share two ideas which I think are very reasonable and come back to this idea that companies are made of people. So I was very lucky 4 years ago to be elected on the board of a new bank in Hong Kong. I was one of the youngest members of Hong Kong banking boards in the governance. And as a 28-year-old, I looked at my co-board members who are in their 50s and 60s and 70s, and the fun thing about that moment was that I had as much say as they did. And so, to me, corporate governance matters tremendously. The incentives of CEOs and executives depend on their looking to the board. Right? I sit on the chair of the Remuneration and Nomination Committee. I sign the checks that go into payrolls. My opinion matters on what these executives do in that particular context. If we have more representation at the board level of nature, of people representing the interest of nature at boards, then we will start to see very meaningful change at executive behavior at the corporate level. That's idea number one. And this is something that Bhutan has uniquely ability to train executives to do. Bhutan can become the place to train executives to represent nature on the board of international companies. Second idea, Bhutan as an environmental Switzerland. So one of the interesting things, going back to a comment I made earlier, is that nature does not have a bank account. So nature does not have the ability to pay for itself. Nature doesn't really have to be an economic entity. What if we were to create bank accounts for nature, for rainforests, for rivers, for oceans, and for plains? And those bank accounts represent endowments that can be spent on behalf of the preservation and engagement of that piece of nature. We have trustees and other things. Bhutan, even though it is small as a country, can become a green Switzerland, where all of the major bank accounts of all of the major natural capital reserves of the world find their home here and find their endowments located here. I think that could attract probably $1 trillion into Bhutan. And those $1 trillion would be ethically managed and governed by the incredible legacy of the human tradition that is here, so that the decisions made by trustees and by the recipients of that capital tend towards positive human behavior.
Let's start Ahmed.
So, Mark, just a response to this question. Sorry, I don't want to be a dampener sometimes to optimism, but we have to get the basics right globally, the global architecture. Next month in Baku, we are negotiating the finance. It's called the Finance COP, the Conference of Parties, for those who are not familiar. And this is where what you call the NCQG, the new collective quantified goal for climate finance. To see that kind of flow to come, we need the old and the new industrialized countries to raise their ambition. The contributor base must increase. I know it's controversial. And more important, we need a definition of climate finance that goes beyond and should not include relabeling or redirecting current ODA or any assistance. It has to be really genuine, extra money if you're really serious about this climate, and if seriously for countries like Bhutan to benefit. And the last is this, any climate finance has to also ensure that it's largely grant-based, that is channeled through public institutions. And with that, we have the bonds and the market mechanism. And at the end, to everyone here and to those watching live stream, with the climate change and environment mandate that I have, and for all those who want to help, I just want to conclude by saying, show me the money, please,
Yes.
Susie.
Yes, I totally agree that the richer countries should be supporting places like Bhutan. But I also believe in the show me the money is a very, very real issue. There is limited willingness to transfer large amounts of money to developing countries for climate transition. And part of that is that the people who have to agree to this in democratic countries are people too. And they have their own priorities, they have their own concerns, they have homelessness on the streets, they have a cost of living crisis. There are always good alternative uses of those resources. And so you're having to convince them to transfer that money to Bhutan instead, and that's not always easy. So we need to change the mindset of those people to think of people in Bhutan as also really valuable people to be supporting. The other thing is that our history has been that sometimes we have transferred money to developing countries and we haven't seen change, and the money has not had the impacts that we thought it was going to have. So it's incredibly important to get the rules and the institutions right and the incentives right so that the money that is given up potentially by not wealthy people in wealthy countries is really making a difference, and they feel good about that and they want to do it more.
Final word, Bob?
I agree with everything that's been said. I think the idea here is to create the right incentives in a way that doesn't create the political pushback that is tough when you say, there's so many people who say you'll never have a carbon tax. No, we're going to get there, and Bhutan can lead the way and show that it can be done and can be done successfully.
Now, before we thank everybody, I just want to say that on this final day of the Bhutan Innovation Forum, this is a message from the team. We want to express our gratitude for all of your inspiring engagement at the event with your questions and your presence here. Please join us later today for a celebratory reception and gathering. It's at 4:10 in the Founders Courtyard in the Zong. This is your chance to network, celebrate and explore the cultural area at your leisure. Now, if you haven't seen it so far, or you want to go round again, it's exhibits like the Gelefu Mindfulness City, the traditional monistic mandala, and the art exhibit with NFT bidding, which I believe is still going on. You can enjoy complimentary wine. Now I've got you interested. Cold drinks and delicious hors d'oeuvres like traditional momos, and participate in cultural games like archery. There'll be a cozy bonfire there for a warm conclusion for your journey. We look forward to celebrating that with you. Also, because there's a lunch break coming up, you're welcome to visit the cultural area and pop-up market anytime today to find local artisanal gifts and treasures for your loved ones back home. Don't forget that. I've got to remember to take something for my kids. Check out the 2 ponies kindly donated by the 4th King for pony rides, or marvel at the traditional Highland tent. Now, this tent is His Majesty's own personal tent that he uses during his visits to Leia. Now, please also feel free of course, to capture your special moments together in photo or video and share it on social media so that we can spread the message and spread the word about what we've been discussing here, particularly at this session. It makes us very happy at the team here for us to see you enjoying your time with us here in Bhutan. But now it's time for us to thank Max and Sonam, who I think are going to have their own YouTube show after this, Susie and Bob for that absolutely fascinating discussion. Thank you very much.
In the land of the Thunder Dragon lies a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Rooted in the timeless principles of Vajrayana Buddhism, Bhutan seamlessly intertwines spiritual and cultural values with a profound respect for nature. A green sanctuary where national parks and forests absorb more CO2 than the country emits. Bhutan harnesses the power of its rivers, making it one of the cleanest nations in the world. Guided by Buddhist principles and the philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has nurtured a society built on trust and well-being. A safe place, governed by a stable political system dedicated to the country's long-term vision. Today, Bhutan is focused on building its future, ready to emerge as the gateway between South Asia and the world. Rooted in Bhutanese identity and open to international partners, a new city will serve as a hub for global exchange and sustainable development. With a confined footprint of just 4% of the nation, this special administrative region will lay the foundation for future generations, becoming a new model for a lasting legacy. Welcome to Gilefu Mindfulness City. Descending from the Himalayas to the lush tropical plains, a cascade of urban terraces is shaped by the uninterrupted flow of water, plants and animals. A land where bridges become cultural landmarks, connecting one neighborhood to another. A human-scale environment designed to inspire and nurture global talent, fostering a culture of collaboration, experimentation and innovation. In Gilefu, green and clean surroundings will drive businesses towards sustainability, striking a balance between economic success and environmental prosperity. Built with locally sourced river stones, timber and bamboo, the Mindfulness City blends tradition with modernity, preserving heritage while advancing progress and cultivating resilient, self-sustaining communities. Here nature is enhanced rather than displaced, with every path drawing you deeper into the wild. This sanctuary for spiritual and physical rejuvenation evolves with its ever-changing landscape, integrating infrastructure with social activities and nature-based solutions. A constellation of public spaces will gather residents of the Mindfulness City to share a life of learning and happiness. In the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, people of all cultures will unite and practice compassion, kindness, and inner peace, revealing Bhutan's greatest teachings. Together, we begin a new era of mindful prosperity. In the land of the Thunder Dragon lies a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Rooted in the timeless principles of Vajrayana Buddhism, Bhutan seamlessly intertwines spiritual and cultural values with a profound respect for nature. A green sanctuary where national parks and forests absorb more CO2 than the country emits. Bhutan harnesses the power of its rivers, making it one of the cleanest nations in the world. Guided by Buddhist principles and the philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has nurtured a society built on trust and well-being. A safe place, governed by a stable political system dedicated to the country's long-term vision. Today, Bhutan is focused on building its future, ready to emerge as the gateway between South Asia and the world. Rooted in Bhutanese identity and open to international partners, a new city will serve as a hub for global exchange and sustainable development. With a confined footprint of just 4% of the nation, this special administrative region will lay the foundation for future generations, becoming a new model for a lasting legacy. Welcome to Gilefu Mindfulness City. Descending from the Himalayas to the lush tropical plains, a cascade of urban terraces is shaped by the uninterrupted flow of water, plants and animals. A land where bridges become cultural landmarks, connecting one neighborhood to another. A human-scale environment designed to inspire and nurture global talent, fostering a culture of collaboration, experimentation and innovation. In Gilefu, green and clean surroundings will drive businesses towards sustainability, striking a balance between economic success and environmental prosperity. Built with locally sourced river stones, timber and bamboo, the Mindfulness City blends tradition with modernity, preserving heritage while advancing progress and cultivating resilient, self-sustaining communities. Here nature is enhanced rather than displaced, with every path drawing you deeper into the wild. This sanctuary for spiritual and physical rejuvenation evolves with its ever-changing landscape, integrating infrastructure with social activities and nature-based solutions. A constellation of public spaces will gather residents of the Mindfulness City to share a life of learning and happiness. In the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, people of all cultures will unite and practice compassion, kindness, and inner peace, revealing Bhutan's greatest teachings. Together, we begin a new era of mindful prosperity. In the land of the Thunder Dragon lies a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Rooted in the timeless principles of Vajrayana Buddhism, Bhutan seamlessly intertwines spiritual and cultural values with a profound respect for nature. A green sanctuary where national parks and forests absorb more CO2 than the country emits. Bhutan harnesses the power of its rivers, making it one of the cleanest nations in the world. Guided by Buddhist principles and the philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has nurtured a society built on trust and well-being. A safe place, governed by a stable political system dedicated to the country's long-term vision. Today, Bhutan is focused on building its future, ready to emerge as the gateway between South Asia and the world. Rooted in Bhutanese identity and open to international partners, a new city will serve as a hub for global exchange and sustainable development. With a confined footprint of just 4% of the nation, this special administrative region will lay the foundation for future generations, becoming a new model for a lasting legacy. Welcome to Gilefu Mindfulness City. Descending from the Himalayas to the lush tropical plains, a cascade of urban terraces is shaped by the uninterrupted flow of water, plants and animals. A land where bridges become cultural landmarks, connecting one neighborhood to another. A human-scale environment designed to inspire and nurture global talent, fostering a culture of collaboration, experimentation and innovation. In Gilefu, green and clean surroundings will drive businesses towards sustainability, striking a balance between economic success and environmental prosperity. Built with locally sourced river stones, timber and bamboo, the Mindfulness City blends tradition with modernity, preserving heritage while advancing progress and cultivating resilient, self-sustaining communities. Here nature is enhanced rather than displaced, with every path drawing you deeper into the wild. This sanctuary for spiritual and physical rejuvenation evolves with its ever-changing landscape, integrating infrastructure with social activities and nature-based solutions. A constellation of public spaces will gather residents of the Mindfulness City to share a life of learning and happiness. In the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, people of all cultures will unite and practice compassion, kindness, and inner peace, revealing Bhutan's greatest teachings. Together, we begin a new era of mindful prosperity. In the land of the Thunder Dragon lies a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Rooted in the timeless principles of Vajrayana Buddhism, Bhutan seamlessly intertwines spiritual and cultural values with a profound respect for nature. A green sanctuary where national parks and forests absorb more CO2 than the country emits. Bhutan harnesses the power of its rivers, making it one of the cleanest nations in the world. Guided by Buddhist principles and the philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has nurtured a society built on trust and well-being. A safe place, governed by a stable political system dedicated to the country's long-term vision. Today, Bhutan is focused on building its future, ready to emerge as the gateway between South Asia and the world. Rooted in Bhutanese identity and open to international partners, a new city will serve as a hub for global exchange and sustainable development. With a confined footprint of just 4% of the nation, this special administrative region will lay the foundation for future generations, becoming a new model for a lasting legacy. Welcome to Gilefu Mindfulness City. Descending from the Himalayas to the lush tropical plains, a cascade of urban terraces is shaped by the uninterrupted flow of water, plants and animals. A land where bridges become cultural landmarks, connecting one neighborhood to another. A human-scale environment designed to inspire and nurture global talent, fostering a culture of collaboration, experimentation and innovation. In Gilefu, Green and clean surroundings will drive businesses towards sustainability, striking a balance between economic success and environmental prosperity. Built with locally sourced river stones, timber and bamboo, the Mindfulness City blends tradition with modernity, preserving heritage while advancing progress and cultivating resilient, self-sustaining communities. Here nature is enhanced rather than displaced, with every path drawing you deeper into the wild. This sanctuary for spiritual and physical rejuvenation evolves with its ever-changing landscape, integrating infrastructure with social activities and nature-based solutions. A constellation of public spaces will gather residents of the Mindfulness City to share a life of learning and happiness. In the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, people of all cultures will unite and practice compassion, kindness, and inner peace, revealing Bhutan's greatest teachings. Together, we begin a new era of mindful prosperity. In the land of the Thunder Dragon lies a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Rooted in the timeless principles of Vajrayana Buddhism, Bhutan seamlessly intertwines spiritual and cultural values with a profound respect for nature. A green sanctuary where national parks and forests absorb more CO2 than the country emits. Bhutan harnesses the power of its rivers, making it one of the cleanest nations in the world. Guided by Buddhist principles and the philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has nurtured a society built on trust and well-being. A safe place, governed by a stable political system dedicated to the country's long-term vision. Today, Bhutan is focused on building its future, ready to emerge as the gateway between South Asia and the world. Rooted in Bhutanese identity and open to international partners, a new city will serve as a hub for global exchange and sustainable development. With a confined footprint of just 4% of the nation, this special administrative region will lay the foundation for future generations, becoming a new model for a lasting legacy. Welcome to Gilefu Mindfulness City. Descending from the Himalayas to the lush tropical plains, a cascade of urban terraces is shaped by the uninterrupted flow of water, plants and animals. A land where bridges become cultural landmarks, connecting one neighborhood to another. A human-scale environment designed to inspire and nurture global talent, fostering a culture of collaboration, experimentation and innovation. In Gilefu, green and clean surroundings will drive businesses towards sustainability, striking a balance between economic success and environmental prosperity. Built with locally sourced river stones, timber and bamboo, the Mindfulness City blends tradition with modernity, preserving heritage while advancing progress and cultivating resilient, self-sustaining communities. Here nature is enhanced rather than displaced, with every path drawing you deeper into the wild. This sanctuary for spiritual and physical rejuvenation evolves with its ever-changing landscape, integrating infrastructure with social activities and nature-based solutions. A constellation of public spaces will gather residents of the Mindfulness City to share a life of learning and happiness. In the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, people of all cultures will unite and practice compassion, kindness, and inner peace, revealing Bhutan's greatest teachings. Together, we begin a new era of mindful prosperity. In the land of the Thunder Dragon lies a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Rooted in the timeless principles of Vajrayana Buddhism, Bhutan seamlessly intertwines spiritual and cultural values with a profound respect for nature. A green sanctuary where national parks and forests absorb more CO2 than the country emits. Bhutan harnesses the power of its rivers, making it one of the cleanest nations in the world. Guided by Buddhist principles and the philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has nurtured a society built on trust and well-being. A safe place, governed by a stable political system dedicated to the country's long-term vision. Today, Bhutan is focused on building its future, ready to emerge as the gateway between South Asia and the world. Rooted in Bhutanese identity and open to international partners, a new city will serve as a hub for global exchange and sustainable development. With a confined footprint of just 4% of the nation, this special administrative region will lay the foundation for future generations, becoming a new model for a lasting legacy. Welcome to Gilefu Mindfulness City. Descending from the Himalayas to the lush tropical plains, a cascade of urban terraces is shaped by the uninterrupted flow of water, plants and animals. A land where bridges become cultural landmarks, connecting one neighborhood to another. A human-scale environment designed to inspire and nurture global talent, fostering a culture of collaboration, experimentation and innovation. In Gilefu, green and clean surroundings will drive businesses towards sustainability, striking a balance between economic success and environmental prosperity. Built with locally sourced river stones, timber and bamboo, the Mindfulness City blends tradition with modernity, preserving heritage while advancing progress and cultivating resilient, self-sustaining communities. Here nature is enhanced rather than displaced, with every path drawing you deeper into the wild. This sanctuary for spiritual and physical rejuvenation evolves with its ever-changing landscape, integrating infrastructure with social activities and nature-based solutions. A constellation of public spaces will gather residents of the Mindfulness City to share a life of learning and happiness. In the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, people of all cultures will unite and practice compassion, kindness, and inner peace, revealing Bhutan's greatest teachings. Together, we begin a new era of mindful prosperity.
just get started. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. This is our investment and portfolio management strategy panel. My name is Andy Tucker. I'm your host for the next 44 minutes or so. Happy to be here with you in Bhutan today. I have my panelists who I will let them introduce themselves and what they do, and then we'll get into questions. And it's going to be a little bit more of a freewheeling discussion than a couple of the other panels, but let's go. And John, why don't you start? Introduce yourself.
I'm John Pfeffer. I'm Uruguayan, based in Uruguay, a long way away, another small country with abundant renewable energy. I've built a series of companies in different industries, everything from asset management to oil and gas services to tech services, and my family office invests in risk assets globally.
Amrit.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. This is the hard panel right after lunch, but let's hope to animate this. I'm AIM, and I'm also the CEO of AIM Ventures. It's an investment holding company that has helped set up multiple funds as both an LP and a supporter, both in Australia on food and ag with Mandalay, climate tech with Atlas Capital, as well as managing my own investment of 40 companies. I sit at the intersection of large enterprise, so we advise the largest telco in Thailand on innovation, as well as a 145-year-old energy company, both in Thailand, and I help to bridge for startups with large enterprise and the opportunities that come with that. Thank you.
Hi, Cyrus Hiramanik. I'm from New York. I'm an investment banker, work for a company called M. Klein & Company. We advise governments and large corporations on strategic transactions, from capital raising to IPOs to mergers and acquisitions.
Good afternoon. My name is Tsencho. I work as the Director of Investments at the Druk Holdings and Investments. This is a state holding company of state enterprises. My mandate involves both domestic investments as well as investments in foreign countries. Thank you.
So I think we're going to start with you, Chung Ho. Can you just give us a little overview of kind of the history of the current status of foreign investment in Bhutan? As we were talking about with the Gelappu city, it's going to require a lot of money, and we were trying to know what we're doing, how it's going, where the money is, and what you're looking for.
Thank you, Andy. So Bhutan, we are a small country, and so a population of over 700,000, therefore a small GDP. The investments largely being driven by market opportunities. The foreign direct investments into the country has always been limited. It is my premise that the growth of foreign direct investments in the Bhutan is generally limited by markets. Yes, there are concerns relating to administrative challenges, regulatory challenges, policy changes, and this are being addressed over time. I've recently read a report which says that FDI regulations, review, and changes in developing countries have generally been positive, have generally been towards promoting investments. But largely, I think the smaller and the developing countries are constrained by market opportunities, and therefore the growth has been limited. So therefore, I think in a way we could look at GMC as a strategy. GMC as a special administrative region today is a blank canvas, wherein it is my thought that the best laws promoting business, the best policies relating to promoting business, all these can be adopted in the GMC, and therefore, if the challenges are relating to policy, are relating to regulations, are related to legacy issues, all these generally would be addressed through GMC, and therefore be promoted as an investment destination. I am also of the view that the investment proposition that GMC presents, as was introduced during the first day of the discussions, is that of GMC and therefore Bhutan being a catchment area of 4 billion, strategically located, gateway to the Southeast Asia. All these are opportunities I think we can leverage with good governance, dynamic leadership. These are opportunities to start with. I think that investors can look at GMC from that perspective.
Very good. I think, Cyrus, we'll go to you next. I think one of the things we talked about as we were preparing for the panel is there's kind of two types of capital for GMC to really work that is going to be necessary, kind of the infrastructure capital to build out GMC itself, and then kind of corporate capital for the companies that will be in GMC. So if perhaps you can walk the audience through the various sources of capital and what you, as an investment banker, bring the capital in, what your investors would be looking at.
See, investors are generally looking for scalability. They're looking for long-term duration of capital where they can invest, and they're looking for returns. And as we think about investors that are going to be infrastructure investors as they sort of come in to build GMC, they will have certain criteria and parameters that they're going to be evaluating their investment. You know, they're going to be a bit different from your capital market investors. And as we think about sovereign funds, you know, sovereign funds will look at it from both an investment angle, but they'll also be looking at it from, is there a particular G to G angle? I think the best thing about GMC is that there are two things going for it. Number one, access to a large market, next door, India, and two, access to clean energy. I think those are really important considerations that investors are going to look at investing in GMC.
Right. You're more of a corporate investor, capital markets investor on the venture side. As you evaluate companies that will be in GMC, and we've talked about mindfulness and other goals beyond just pure profit, how will you evaluate the companies and look as you put money into them?
That's a great question, because I think throughout this conference we've been talking about a new sort of city that's branded around mindfulness, a new sort of entrepreneur that has mindfulness baked at heart. Now, we should be looking also at mindful capital to be able to respond to the unique needs and challenges of the Bhutanese entrepreneurs. I've had the pleasure to meet at least 10 in the past 2 days, and I understand that there's a lot of optimism, a lot of challenges currently, but there's a chance that the technology and the adoption of new innovations such as AI is going to allow entrepreneurs in Bhutan to actually leapfrog a lot of technology stack, a lot of the tools and legacy software that has been used in the past. So one of the good examples, I have a chance to advise another fund called Gen AI Fund. We plan to invest in about 20 AI companies out of Southeast Asia. Just for a fun fact, about 500 of those entrepreneurs emerge within 18 months. Most of them are building on top of the application layer, which is building after there's already a data center and LLMs. They're trying to figure out how to find specific use cases for not just Bhutan, for India and other markets, and actually build their companies out in record time. Now, while speed, and many speakers have already spoken to speed and why it's so important, and there's so many metrics of if you make X amount of revenue, $1 million a month, then you're interesting to me, I would like to invest. I think there is a inflection point that we need to talk about, which is insights that drive me, which is as something is about to change within the innovation ecosystem that a lot of other investors or entrepreneurs don't know about, but could change and disrupt and kill their business. While AI is the low-hanging fruit, there may be others. There's maybe more. Now, where does mindfulness come into play in that is that I think for a lot of us, we've seen that there's already a ton of backlash on many technologies that are being used in the world today. Now, how do we actually help the entrepreneurs be mindful? And while they are mindful and investing in their people and their processes, do the investors, the VCs, actually support those? Because a lot of the funds are looking for like a seed stage fund. Like if I make one investment, I'm looking for 100x. If I'm a Series A, I'm looking for 10 times the return. Now, a lot of the debate that's been going on, I was talking to not just entrepreneurs but other investors, is would you be willing to accept lower returns for the investment that these entrepreneurs make in themselves and then their people? And my answer is yes, there is a type and a brand and a movement of venture capital towards something called nurture capital. We might have heard of impact capital. We might have heard of funds that are willing to receive lower or not non-market rate returns or blended finance. But nurture capital, as I have spoken to a lot of investors who've had founders who've committed suicide, founders who've had family issues, or themselves who have been founders who have gone through stress and depression. We're looking at a type of VC that is actually merging the practices of how do we be not just an investor or a mentor, but also an advisor and somebody who helps the founder go through a lot of their stress and challenges, while that actually is an investment in ensuring that the companies do not fail very early on because of basic missteps such as founder breakups, mismanagement, stress, or making unwise decisions because of the pressure of being a young entrepreneur building a new company. And I hope that the concept of rebranding a city, the entrepreneurs, and also capital should flourish in a GMC.
John, you're a different type of investor than Amrit is, and you're a later stage, more public. What do you see for your opportunities in GMC for you personally, your fund, but more generally public capital?
So first of all, just invest our own capital. We don't do other people's money. I guess first of all, let me just, I'm picking a little bit up on what Amrit and Cyrus said about why invest in Bhutan. I think there are four reasons why it might be attractive. One is abundant renewable energy, hydro, and to Robert Friedman's point earlier, geothermal, proximity to and a friendly relationship with a huge market, India. Thirdly, the GMC is sort of perhaps the first step towards really opening up and reforming the whole country. You know, it's sort of it's the entry point for what would likely then become generalized. And then the fourth point, with my observation, having spent now 2.5 days here and in this session, in this meeting, but then having spent more time in Bhutan before, very impressive depth and breadth of senior leadership in the country. You know, I think in addition to the King's Own vision and strategic effectiveness and using the hydro energy to mine Bitcoin and other things, he's clearly directly and indirectly assembled a great team of leadership across government, DHI, the state-owned enterprises, who are professional, informed, collaborative, and that's huge, right? These are four big, so great. So those are the reasons I think to invest. And the second question, and then the question that I, as an investor, immediately confront is, so I want to go long Bhutan, how do I go long Bhutan? And the challenge is, it's hard. And of course, you can go perhaps long Bhutan in the future through the GMC, but if I step, if I generalize from that, there's the FDI route, which would, and clearly one of those would be investing along the renewable energy connectivity data center sort of cluster, via foreign direct investment and some kind of, and that's one route that requires effort and expertise and specific set of circumstances, but clearly that's an opportunity and a big one. And then there's more generally, well, as that opportunity is developed, what else will happen? Well, a lot of things will happen. I mean, there'll be all kinds of opportunities in banking and materials and construction and consumption, and I mean, and on and on and on. And right now, you can't, as a foreign investor, invest in the Bhutanese stock market. The currency is pegged and not, you know, it's not, you know, you can't, you know, there are capital controls, so you can't simply say, well, I want to buy shares in Bhutanese banks. You can't do that. And so, as a public markets investor, who's, you know, the first question is are there reasons to be long? And I think the answer is, yeah, there start to be some really interesting ones. We're probably at an inflection point, and whether that means an inflection point in October of 2024, or say the next couple, 3 years, you know, as things begin to coalesce around GMC and other things. The next challenge is how to do it, and the path right now is narrow. And so, speaking as an outside investor, I would simply observe, because I don't, you know, I wouldn't dare to give advice. I think that the senior leadership of Bhutan is very impressive, and they don't need my advice. On the contrary, but my observations would be so many things are in place. You know, as an investor, I would love to see more avenues to participate.
I think just to add to that point, I think, you know, as we were talking earlier, the size of the capital markets today, the market capitalization is about $900 million, and the free float is about 270 million. So from an investable universe, it's a very small investable universe. So as we think about large institutional investors, you know, they will be attracted to once that capital market grows and the business activity grows. So I think if you build the infrastructure and you actually get the strategic investors in place and you build the private sector, I think there's going to be a lot more investable opportunities in GMC and in Bhutan as this vision is realized.
I mean, clearly, I mean, as ET said, it's kind of GMC is kind of a blank slate. From a lawyer's perspective, you know, you've adopted Singapore law as a governing thing. As tell clients when they're investing in emerging markets, it's all about risk reduction and try to reduce risk everywhere you possibly can. And as you know, John said, it's a very stable country, good leadership, well directed, taking a unique opportunity. There's a lot of money that's going to be going into this. I mean, where do you see some of the infrastructure capital coming from to do this? Because you know, John's not necessarily going to build his own hydroelectric company or his own data center. You know, CT, where do you kind of envision, and what's the vision for GMC for getting some of that capital, providing that opportunity?
Right. Thank you. So I was thinking, when you're planning a city, how long do you think ahead? I think at a minimum you have to probably think a century ahead. And when you're envisioning a city, what are the problems that you're trying to solve? I think coming out of COVID, the mindset of the meaning of life, the value of life, I think it's brought about a lot of change, a lot of thinking in people's mind. So therefore, leaning towards sustainability being my point. Mindfulness, important attribute, mainly because of the generation that's growing based on instant gratification, on dopamine addiction. So all these are going to be the larger problems of the future, I feel. And GMC, I think, probably provides a proposition of addressing these challenges of the future. I feel there was a time when Bhutan took leadership by way of propagating happiness as a goal versus pure economic development. I think this is probably the second wave wherein we are trying to again be the leader in trying to define what is the big challenges that we are going to face in the future. So I believe Bhutan definitely needs GMC because of the need to accelerate our economic activities. I think the world also needs GMC as a pilot project, as an experimentation to see whether it works. The world coming together, not necessarily the entire world, the world who agrees with this proposition coming together to take GMC forward, I think could help develop a model that can be emulated elsewhere. It is my thinking that at this juncture to bring individuals or largely capitalistically driven investors, it would be difficult. I think to start with, to gain traction, perhaps the engagement will more be with the philanthropic funds, will be with the multilateral agencies who should see the proposition that GMC stands for and its possible beneficial effects that could go to the world. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I think in addition to multilateral institutions like the World Bank, IMF, there is a lot of capital in sovereign wealth funds. As long as the vision can be communicated appropriately and executed, and having the appropriate G2G conversations with some of the large sovereigns that have the capital, that want to deploy, and that are going to take a more longer dated tenor of investment. I think those are going to be the initial investors that are going to come and help build the infrastructure. But alongside that, you will have people that are interested in energy investing that will be attracted to coming in and developing the hydropower and the industries associated with that. And I think, Bhutan is sort of, in a crude way, you have to build a brand around it. And I think that brand needs to be marketed and people need to be educated on that. And that will attract a lot of investors, that would want to come and be part of this journey with the country.
Actually, just to kind of expand on that point, one of the other panelists, Thai entrepreneur, and some like at Smoothie, very successful fast consumer goods entrepreneur, has had. I asked him very recently, what does Bhutan need to do if we, had to focus on one thing? He said, first off, aim, marketing and branding. Right? There's a lot of stuff that's already here, that's already great, but not a lot of people know about it, not a lot of people are exposed to it. And actually that leads to a thing that John was mentioning. There's an inflection point. One of the inflection point is a belief that something is happening up here in the Himalayas. Right? This is the showcase, the fireworks event. I do hope that in future events, I would see across all the halls, many projects to invest, things I can engage in. I know I'm definitely signed up to Oro Bank and Tiger Da, but I was trying to get my hands on more things that I could be connected to. And I have, investors and billionaires back in Thailand, having seen my post, they're saying, so how was the event? What's interesting? And I'm still trying to, gather as much information and send it to them. But there's also adoption inflection point, right? We're seeing that Bhutan has come on a different path of social media, but what is, mindfulness chat that is, maybe it's Snap, maybe it's something that's built here, right? A lot of great innovation and applications are not the chat app that we use, like in Thailand, is built in Korea and Japan. So there is still a possibility. Vietnam has its own platform. Many other countries have as well. I think there's also a regulatory inflection point, which is going from saying, we have all these problems and all these laws. All of a sudden, we're all going to go home and say the laws are about to be as simple as whatever we're used to in Singapore. It's going to be there. And I think lastly, the technology inflection point, we all know about it, but how do we get more young people, and also, like in Thailand, we also are training civil servants and corporates to use AI tools and innovate. Right? I had a chance to talk with Aya from the Ethereum Foundation, and she was like, we should definitely have more content, a more open source content that not just Bhutanese, but anybody in the world can access to. And the technology already exists to provide incredible learnings. Sometimes I struggle coming on stage. I always think, like, how do I provide the most value? There's so many great speakers. I don't want to just repeat the same things that other speakers have spoken. But now all the great content, before coming to BIF, I had done about 20 hours of research, and all of that was all online, understanding about Bhutan and culture. So all those inflection points are converging at this event, and I believe that if we can start to kind of amplify them and say, this is all the right things that are happening in Bhutan, but most importantly, it's not just starting now and waiting for the airport to be built or waiting for 5 years, but what happens right after this conference would be very interesting, because the projects that are going to be showcased in 2025 are going to have to be incubated starting from this event for the next year.
I guess, part of the blank slate, and then you talk about inflection points. Private investors, much more so than World Bank or the multilaterals, need an exit strategy before they come into the money. And so how do you solve that chicken and egg problem? And John, maybe you've talked about going long on Bhutan. What happens when you decide, well, I don't want to be long anymore? How do I get out?
Well, look, I don't know. I think that the answer is it obviously differs if it's foreign direct investment or portfolio investment, i.e. in the stock market. Speaking to the portfolio investment side and just investing in the stock market, which again today is not possible for a foreign investor, but if it were, the very fact that I'm a buyer is increasing the liquidity of the market, which hopefully is a self-reinforcing process where others, and obviously you would grow into it, and there would be a series. You start with perhaps smaller pools of capital putting their toes in, and then as it grows, being able to have and attract bigger pools of capital. And it's a process. And then also the thing is that there are 18 companies. I think Cyrus mentioned that on the stock market. So as that would happen, hopefully you would create a market for companies more companies in Bhutan to tap the public markets for liquidity, for exit, including perhaps companies that were built from foreign direct investment. You just have to, I think you have to probably enable it, and there are challenges with that, because obviously enabling. So what, as I understand, and I speak, one of the main benefits of the international speakers of this conference is we're all unburdened by any facts. But the is effectively that it's not it's a pegged currency, and so you can't simply come in and out of the stock market from a currency control perspective. So you say, okay, we'll raise the currency controls. What would that do? Well, potentially lead to both volatility, but also probably a devaluation of the currency, which would make the country more competitive, but would have other destabilizing effects potentially. And all of this has, meaning this is why, right? And I think that working through these things and figuring out in time how to have free-flowing currency in and out, and then public equity markets would be positive. GMC is, as I understand, addressing that by having its own currency that's going to be apparently gold-backed and so forth. And that's, again, it's perhaps the first step that would ultimately lead to something more generalized across Bhutan. But hopefully there'll be Bhutanese domestic companies that will benefit from GMC and other developments. They're going to need capital, and there will be investors who want to access those opportunities. It'd be nice, speaking as such an investor, to see how I would do that. And again, I think as you do, I think you just stage it. You start by making an appropriately sized bet, and then as the liquidity grows, you may increase your exposure. It's a self-reinforcing thing. The more buyers, the more liquidity.
And I guess, from that point of view, either Cyrus or what do you think, you as an investor or you representing investors, what, coming in when there's not really an exit strategy in place yet for some of these how do you price the risk, or how would an investor price the risk? Leave one of you to do that. If we're going to put our money into this early stage company, most venture investors are a 5 to 7 year time frame. We don't know what that time frame is going to be. How would you price it? How would an investor price it? And I'm just kind of curious. That's always the problem with emerging markets, and this is the ultimate emerging market. I mean, GMC barely exists at this point.
Yeah, I think if you look at from a sovereign investor or a large infrastructure investor, or initially a multilateral agency, their time horizon and the thought process risk profiles are very different. So how they think about risk and capital allocation is going to be very different from how a venture firm looks at it. And you have to develop capital markets. I think we are at sort of the first innings of this, and that's going to take a bit of time. So you have to develop the plumbing before you can start thinking about exits. I think the more important point that John raised was, how do I enter? What is going to be the entry point? What is going to be the catalyst to come in and start investing, building that private sector? Because there's going to be some public sector help that is going to be needed to build this great city, but you'll also need to build private enterprises. And that is when you need venture capitalists to come in. That's when you need public investors to start off sniffing around and saying, okay, what is my entry point going to be? I don't know if I answered your question, but that's how people are going to think about it.
Well, I mean, because all my investor clients have always told me, Amrit, that you make your money on the buy, not on the sell. I'm just curious as to how you price the buy right now.
Well, an example would be in Thailand. If a seed company doesn't have a product, my friends would raise $20 million, $40 million. In Singapore, they could be raising 10 to 20. In Thailand, it could be 2 to 5. In Cambodia, it might be under $1 million, maybe $500,000 or less. So I think that as we go into frontier markets, definitely there's kind of a depressed in valuation just because of the inherent risk. How can we uplift those valuations so that they, the entrepreneurs are equity efficient? They're not giving away 50% of the company in their first investment round. I think that's where blended finance comes in. We had a big chat with Kylie, and it was a side event with Evan from Snap about what Bhutan needs, and if it's pure play venture capital, maybe it's the bar for what VCs look for is too high, too aggressive at the moment. And I think if there was grant funding combined with venture debt, combined with some investors who have a bit more of a long strategy, like John, and also maybe contributions from support from government, endorsements, sorts of in-kind support as well for office space and whatnot. I think those kind of blended pool of capital will then set a precedent and a bar to say that, okay, the companies in Bhutan are not going to be valued at a couple $100,000, but they have been supported, they have raised some capital, and also the support to go outside of Bhutan, right? I see some of the most active countries in the world. I threw this idea to some of the folks in the government sector about to promote innovation here in Bhutan, and said, I can't wait to see a Startup Bhutan booth in future tech conferences and going around and sharing the best that Bhutan has. Because many countries have a lot of support, both capital, for entrepreneurs to expand their business abroad. But I would say because GMC is a while in the future, my bet would be if I were to find an entrepreneur to invest in this conference would be if some of them are already based in Singapore, they're already abroad, and they might have a blended team of folks from other nationalities. And I would say we should start working with the ones that we have, not having to just wait for GMC then start to invest, because if we can support those entrepreneurs to go somewhere and make it, they would then come back and be a mentor and support this ecosystem much better than flying in folks like me to come in for a couple of days to teach local entrepreneurs a tricks or two. But those committed Bhutanese who have tried, maybe they've succeed or fail, they actually are already doing a lot of things that we're talking about. They're trying to be a high growth, a startup. They're going places, but the mentor network is still quite limited, as far as I was told, and that means that we need to start nurturing the folks that have gone before and have took a ton of risks, because this is the issue that has also happened in Thailand. We have a lot of great entrepreneurs, have a couple of billion-dollar companies. Our entrepreneurs, not all of them have been very successful internationally. And when we talk about international expansion in Thailand, there was not a lot of mentors to go around to be able to teach people how to do it. So we should start right now.
I mean, I think one observation, I just want to put a plug in for the student technology companies that are over at the Innovation Center. I've attended a lot of venture capital conferences, and all of those companies stacked up pretty much as well as any of the similar companies I've seen at some of these venture capital fairs and such like that. But you kind of talked about global. I mean, almost by definition, any company here is going to have to be addressing a global market. We've talked about proximity to India, and maybe John, we were talking earlier before we came out here, is where kind of the natural advantages in industries for Bhutan would be, and where do you kind of see them? And CT, where do you see them? Because it really guides you and what you're going to encourage in GMC.
Right, and I think this nicely ties up with my thoughts on your risk part. So, so the question of exit, I think, comes about once an entry is made. And assuming things go well, assuming the business has blossomed, exit by way, not necessarily of going to public markets, but by way of finding other institutional or individual buyers, I think would play about. Sector-wise, looking at Bhutan, looking at GMC through the lens of opportunity from a hydropower perspective, I think this is an established sector, and the risk that you would associate largely with investment in hydropower in any country, minus GMC with its assurances of its more advanced, progressive legal infrastructure, I would in fact say, maybe argue that the risk that you associate with investments into hydropower perhaps have reduced compared to others. I think the other possibilities that are in GMC, it is my opinion that GMC in a way propagates a new way of life, more mindful way of life. I'm of the view, maybe it's quite idealistic, but I'm of the view that today artificial intelligence at its crossroads, many questions around the ethics of development of AI. I'm thinking if AI developments happen in a setting like GMC, in the way it is envisioned, perhaps more mindful, perhaps more appropriate developments of AI and similar technologies would happen. So,
yeah, maybe really short add to that, which is, I think there's a lot of cities that jurisdiction is actually very advantageous. Like if you go to Dubai versus Abu Dhabi, there's a big debate, where should you incorporate your crypto or fintech company, because which regulator is more stringent, which the optics of looking more like institutional grade, right? So I think with GMC, you're already seeing in Singapore, and a B Corp already expanding their reach to Asian region. Another structure is like public benefits company. I think a lot of companies are now at a stage where they would like to live and represent their values based on the structure of the company. And I know there is some sort of a Glass National Happiness certification. I can certainly see some sort of a mindfulness certification of a company GMC that not only is it certified, there are some sort of benefits to being a mindfulness company and being located in GMC. And I think that would go a long way to start to tell people that in order to optically and live our values and be a socially and ESG compliant company, the best jurisdiction in the world, I have to go and incorporate GMC because everybody recognizes that is the highest bar in the world.
But I think the other point is, as we were discussing, if you create GMC with the ease of doing business, then people can come in, capital can come in and set up companies that want to trade with India or other Southeast Asian companies. That is going to be a major source of attraction for not only investors, strategic investors, but also public and private investors, because it will make easier to access those markets if you have less red tape, less corruption, good governance, and then on top of it, you have this mindfulness concept added on top of that.
Okay. All right. Okay, we've got some questions from the audience, and my arms are just long enough to read them without my glasses. I guess this kind of goes to everybody on the panel. What are the key strategic areas for investments in GMC and in Bhutan that will be win-win for both investors and the people of Bhutan? I'll throw that to anybody.
I think, the first and foremost is going to be development of infrastructure. So if you develop the infrastructure in the right manner in GMC and Bhutan, that is going to be a win-win for investors, because infrastructure investors generally are lower hurdle rate than other investors, and you have access to larger markets like India, China, and others. So I think that's going to be a win-win, developing that infrastructure for this country and providing that base capital so that, that foundation, once that foundation is built, you'd be able to attract more companies to come in and establish themselves. And I think it's going to be a win-win for the country and the investors who are early movers.
I guess, maybe just to make it just to follow up, we were talking before, you guys were very adamant about certain industries that would be more logical for Bhutan than others, and maybe just touch on those more specifically. We spent a lot of time talking about data centers and how to target India better. If you want to kind of address that a little bit.
Sure. I mean, the data center opportunity is significant. There is a bit of challenge that it's, I believe it's called run-of-the-river hydro, which is seasonal, which means that, which is a problem out of season. And then you have to be importing from India, and that deal needs to be restruck probably, because what Bhutan makes from selling energy to India in the summer, it pays back in the winter. And so there's a few things to be ironed out, but the leadership, I think, clearly understands that and is working on it. I would just say, again, as a public investor, I kind of look at it and say, well, sure, hydro/data centers is a huge opportunity. But then kind of going down from that, and this is picking up on Cyrus's infrastructure point, so you've got to build that. Then you've got to build the transmission. You've got to build the connectivity. You've got to build, you're going to building roads. Some of the buildings that we saw in the architect's presentation. And that's going to create demand for construction services, construction materials, cement, and this kind of thing. And then that's going to create, that'll create jobs, which is going to create consumption, and there'll be needs for banks and insurance companies to serve that. Meaning that yes, the kind of the catalyst, is obviously this incredible resource of renewable energy, and then this opportunity of proximity to India, but then that flows through everything in the economy, and not just the GMC economy, but the adjacent economy in Bhutan, and of course international firms that will be providing some of these services. But you might have an international construction firm getting the bid to build one of the buildings we saw, but where will the cement come from? Well, probably not from France, even though the construction company might be French. So I kind of look at it as kind of all of the above, and it just happens to be that the catalyst is this abundant renewable resource and proximity to India that's being, the opportunities being seized through the GMC.
So quickly, while we talk about the opportunities, the strategic areas of investment from a natural advantage point of view, by way of hydropower, by way of timber, I think the way GMC is envisioned, it's about people. So therefore, I think sectors related to human ingenuity in trying to attract the best minds to reside there, the sectors that could possibly develop from those, I think the GMC aspires for that. So while the data centers, the hydropowers are natural advantages that exist at this juncture, but the future aspirations are much more.
I think, all of the above, and everybody has said so many great things, and I have to remark one thing is that if you have a new city, what are people going to do there once the city is built? And case in point would be Thailand. People know about it now, but maybe the first touch point is food, or what we call in Thailand soft power, maybe Muay Thai or massage, or all these things that have kind of gone all over the world to promote the country so that people are then interested to come to the city. And I think Bhutan has soft power in spades, and once again, we need to kind of harness that, put the marketing and the branding dollars in there and saying, like, how do we start to get people interested to come to Bhutan, knocking on the doors before GMC is built? Because last night I had dinner, and we had a Thai-style fried omelet, maybe Bhutanese style, and then we put some chili on it, and it was super tasty. And I'm like, there's a lot of, very fresh, very tasty food. So in Thailand, a lot of the richest family in the country have built conglomerates around food chains and food products. A lot of them also build great beverages. We had an interesting selection of beer and spirits that could be going worldwide. So I think there's also the high level, the technology inflection ideas of energy intensive industries that require the hydropower here. But we also should encourage other entrepreneurs to build businesses that Bhutanese entrepreneurs already know, understand, and do pretty well, and help them to take that to the next level. To the point there, our friends, I had a chat with the folks at MQDC, it's like, we would love to help Bhutan and bring some of our creative minds in Thailand, which is world-renowned, to come and work with Bhutanese brands.
Yeah, I'm going to jump down the list of questions here. We've only got a couple minutes left. Obviously everyone here today is kind of committed and has bought into the vision of His Majesty in terms of GMC and what the future could look like here. I am being the cynical person by bringing this question up, but from besides all the factors that we've talked about, how important as an investor is the emotional factor in making investment decisions, like your love for the country, the place, or perhaps the vision of mindfulness and gross national happiness in terms of measuring that out? And I'm sure, CT, you're hopeful that's a big high point, but I'm curious to hear from the actual investors on the panel how that actually factors into their decision making.
I'll start. I mean, I'm probably the least spiritual person in this room, and possibly in the country at this moment.
Which is why
it's a high bar, by the way. I mean, I think, so I actually kind of have a different take. There's this view that returns are going to be lower, and therefore, you're only going to sell it if there's this mindfulness dimension. And I'm not so sure that's true. I mean, I'll link it back to the liquidity question. I'll just take the opposite view for a second. One is, while it's true there's not a lot of liquidity and so forth, it also means that it doesn't take much to move the needle, right? The denominator is the denominator effect is a friend, not a foe in this instance. As Cyrus pointed out, the entire market capitalization of the Bhutanese stock market is $900 million. So while that means it's probably not going to be attractive to Fidelity, there are plenty of investors for whom a high return might be possible on a relatively small market. And I would also argue, I mean, kind of obviously, if the exchange rate is pegged and there's a concern of devaluation where it unpegged, that implies interest rates are too low. And again, which higher interest rate would mean higher return. So I actually have a little bit of a contrary view, which is I think the circumstances here are maybe not appropriate for the largest pools of capital in the world, from a private pools of capital, certainly the public pools for sure. But for the private pools of capital, maybe it's not big enough, it's not liquid enough, and so forth. But the good news is you don't need that. Right now, a relatively small amount of capital can move the needle and probably generate what I would, potentially higher returns than they might generate across the border in India, where the markets are bigger, true, but there's also a lot more capital chasing those opportunities, and some of the things that make it hard here actually are opportunities in a sense for early movers. Now, I still think there are a few things that get in the way that make that hard, but I think potentially this is, I don't see this as a low return environment where you need to have the emotional dimension. I think that potentially it can be a super attractive environment without adding that.
Okay, I just got the metaphorical hook on the TV monitor there. I would just like to, I think we could talk about that question for a while, and it's been kind of an underlying theme of a lot of the panel presentations over the last couple days. And I'm glad you were the contrarian on that, just because I think it was important to get that out a little bit. But I'd like to thank our panelists for coming. CT said the goal of this panel was to leave him with a lot of thoughts and questions as he plans out and what he paints on his blank canvas. I hope we succeeded in doing that for you, and I want to thank our audience for being here. And I'm sorry we couldn't get through all of these questions. A lot of them were quite good, but we have to yield before the next panel comes out and throws us off. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You've made it to the final event. Give yourselves a round of applause of the Bhutan Innovation Forum, and it's a cracker. This is going to be brilliant, and I'll tell you why. We are going to be discussing with this fantastic panel who I'm about to introduce you to how Bhutan can align its investment strategy with global ESG trends, foster sustainable growth, and attract investment that drives both economic growth and social progress. And we're also going to take a macro view on ESG as well. This panel has a lot to say, so let me introduce you to them. Dorji Phuncho is the CEO of the Royal Securities Exchange in Bhutan. Joyce Chang is Chair of Global Research at JP Morgan Chase. Ron Coleman is founder of GPI Atlantic. That's a non-profit group looking for holistic measures of progress. Yeah? And finally, Irina Spazapan is the founding partner of the venture capital firm Systemic Capital. Can we have a round of applause for our guests? Let's get the energy going here. Now, let's kick off with the question. How can Bhutan align its national development goals with global ESG investment standards to attract more sustainable investments? Ron. Easy one to start with.
If you don't mind my saying so, it's the wrong question. In the sense that, so to start with the bad news, I mean, my reading of the global environmental social governance standards is that they set an extraordinarily low bar. They don't really define properly and clearly what real standards are. They admit themselves that they're very susceptible to greenwashing. The only time that any mention of actual real definitions of standards is in the terminology section at the very end, where they say maybe better not to invest in weapons production and tobacco and animal testing. But it's so vague and so general. Deloitte did a survey of the investment management industry where 80% of global investors claim that they have sustainable investment portfolios. So if that were the case, we wouldn't see greenhouse gas emissions rising. We wouldn't see the gap between rich and poor growing. The standards are so weak that they actually can, and they admit it, erode faith in the investment management industry. So that's the bad news. The good news is...
Oh, that's good news, good. Otherwise, that was going to be a very short session.
The good news is...
thank you.
That Bhutan actually has its own fail-safe, immaculate ESG standards. It doesn't need these standards. It can set a way higher bar. That's called gross national happiness, which happens to be, it's not just a slogan, it's an extraordinarily sophisticated and profound development philosophy that's actually based in Bhutan's own wisdom traditions that we heard about on the very first day. So actually, one of the core principles of Buddhism is the notion of dependent arising, that we're completely interdependent with all life and existence. If that's not the foundation for genuine sustainability, then what is? And from that view and understanding comes care for the life and welfare of all beings. That's a genuine sustainability standard. And it's fail-safe because it's founded in Bhutan's own wisdom traditions. So we can go into that further along in the panel, but I think it's important people understand that Bhutan has its own ESG standards which set a very high bar and which have tremendous integrity.
All right, thanks for that, Ron. Dorji, we've heard from Ron. We are looking at ESG criteria reaching around $35 trillion dollars, what's that? 36% of all professionally managed assets globally. So it is something to be taken seriously, despite any reservations someone may have. Just bring us up to date with how things are in Bhutan at the moment, and then how susceptible it may be to this.
Well, thank you, Mark. As the final native speaker on this forum, please allow me a moment on behalf of the people of Bhutan to offer deepest gratitude to His Majesty King Jigme for in fact charting a future for Bhutan and a conscious hub for the rest of the world. We have been very fortunate to witness His Majesty approach this endeavor with a rare combination of roles as a king, as a statesman, as a technocrat, as an entrepreneur, and as an investment banker, besides being a scholar. This multifaceted approach by His Majesty, I guess this is defining a new paradigm of leadership that's required for 21st century. For this, we are immensely grateful for His Majesty for charting the future of Bhutan. On the first day, we had the declaration as well as discussion on the Mindfulness City. To us, the Gyalphu Mindfulness City will be a city of merits, where Buddhist values and sustainable principles intertwine. This city is not merely a project, but an immense and a profound aspiration envisioned by great scholars and destined to be a monumental gift to mankind. Coming to the topic of ESG, the principles of ESG and sustainable development have its deep roots in Bhutan before even these terms were widely used. From the onset of the modern economic development in Bhutan, that's more than 60 years ago, the principles of ESG and sustainable values have been incorporated in our effort as well. For this, we would like to acknowledge His Majesty, the Great Fort, for in fact laying the cornerstone and at the same time presenting an economic model to the world that harmonizes spiritual well-being and with material success. In his footstep, we have adopted a holistic approach to development, integrating environmental conservation, cultural preservation, social empowerment, as well as focusing on strong governance. However, despite of our alignment as well as commitment to what we say ESG principles and sustainable development values, we are not able to really monetize or connect with the financial landscape. Today, our financial market is still at a nascent stage, relying heavily on bank credit and loans from financial institutions for investments. But however now, as we set to strive towards a more diversified and productivity-led growth, accessing finance for this development would be very important for us and very crucial. So to address these challenges, for us to get access to sustainable finance will be very critical. We also see that and anticipate that there will be significant investment requirement in key sectors, particularly green energy and infrastructure, to support the development of Gyalphu Mindfulness City. But given the nature of our financial market, for us, we cannot rely on the conventional process, which will entail time. The thematic development of thematic sustainable finance will take time. So what we are doing is we are collectively designing a program to accelerate the development of sustainable bond market in Bhutan. This program basically will focus on identifying suitable projects that require funding. We will engage experts who, particularly international agencies, who focuses as well as supports and specializes in SDG financing. The program will feature targeted intervention, particularly which will focus from issuance to post-issuance processes, which is really complicated. And it's specifically designed to build the in-house capacity of our issuing companies, the regulatory bodies, as well as market intermediaries. So at the same time, we're also exploring investment opportunities in sustainable sectors that will open the market for impact investors. And similar to Regulated Sandbox, this program will be time-bound until we develop this capacity. And parallelly, we are also developing an ESG reporting standard for our listed companies to start with, and then we try to follow. So basically, we are trying to look at how we can monetize our effort and commitment towards ESG principles as well as sustainable development values. So I'll be happy to go on how we intend to approach this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Putting those principles into practice is key, isn't it, Joyce? We had a taste of it there. There's actually a very, very substantial list there of things. If you were advising what regulatory and policy changes, hearing that, would you say are needed to create specifically a more ESG-friendly investment environment in Bhutan, particularly in the green energy and conservation sectors?
No, thank you so much, and what an honor to be here. But following up on what Tashi and Georgie had to say, we heard about audacious leadership today. And
you should explain that
really
Tashi, is it Tashi? Is your Buddha's name. It's Ron's Buddha's name, so Ron is also known as Tashi on this panel. So that's who Joyce was referring to. Otherwise, we would have got a bit confused there. Sorry, Joyce.
Okay. But we heard so much from the king about audacious leadership. If you look at what Bhutan has mandated in its value system, carbon neutrality as a goal into perpetuity, mandating in the Constitution that at least 60% of the land has to be protected. That goes far beyond what anything has been written in ESG investing so far. And ESG investing is going through a lot of backlash right now because of the greenwashing, which Tashi talked about so much. So what is it that that Bhutan needs to do now? Well, I think just bringing together so many of the things that we heard from day 1 and 2. What makes a success story? The audacious goals, which Bhutan already has. The sense of culture and ownership, and also the humility that I see from the business people here and the government officials here, that they're open for business, but you have to start small. So just as in technology that you start with a use case, you need to start with a use case. It probably is one that needs to be partnered with concessional lending. Much as we heard from the World Bank, a PPP, some type of partnership. And instead of just saying, well, investors, institutional investors, private investment, you start to target this. So there's 35 trillion that has some ESG integration in assets, but about 10 trillion of that is pension funds and sovereign wealth funds who have a mandate to invest in sustainability. So you start with a use case. You work with the official creditors. You tell the wonderful story that Bhutan has to tell, and then you target the investors who will anchor it to make sure that it's a success before you then talk about the way to scale something for ESG. And there is the ESG. The ESG is now becoming more about sustainability than ESG, because the S and the G have been much harder for a lot of companies to implement. But this is an area where I think that Bhutan also can show some real strengths based on its social values and the importance that it has long put on that. So I think that Bhutan has really the right framework in place already. It's now setting the foundation. it's starting with a use case, it's partnering, it's targeting the right investors, and it's also the reporting mechanisms that it will have to do more on disclosure and reporting and do that with consistency, as well. And telling the macro story. There are discussions on what Bhutan should do. Should they use more project financing rather than debt, because the debt to GDP here is already over 100% of GDP. So it's a diversity of looking at the different funding mechanisms. But I think the audacious leadership is in place here, and part of that is very evident in this forum.
Ron, just you began on that note before, or Tashi. Anything you've heard that would infringe the gross national happiness goals or the environmental or social values? Bhutan has to navigate that path as well to keep its identity strong and to keep its own beliefs strong while incorporating ESG. Anything that you've heard that would be challenging for that, or anything that you need to keep on your radar?
Bhutan is caught between a rock and a hard place, because on the one hand it has all the ingredients to actually show the way forward for a new economic paradigm for the world. And that's not just a fantasy. In 2012, Bhutan hosted a high-level meeting at the United Nations. Secretary General of the United Nations was there, the President of Costa Rica, diplomats, some of the people who have spoken here. Joe Stiglitz was there, Mathieu Ricard was there. 800 people, including Nobel laureates, were there, and Bhutan presented this to the United Nations. After that, the United Nations Secretary General said, yes, we have to acknowledge the old model is broken. We need a new one. His words. So Bhutan has that capacity to show a way forward, but Bhutan is caught in this global economic system that is pulling at it in a way that's extremely hard to resist. That's the hard place. So Bhutan has everything it needs to set the bar high, to create the new way forward, which the world desperately needs. And on the other hand, it's held back by the strings of this global economic system, which hard to dodge for a little country of 700,000 people.
To move forward, Irina, how do you think Bhutan should incorporate tech innovations to help around climate mitigation, adaptation and conservation, bearing in mind its commitment to gross national happiness?
Yeah, thanks for that. So I'll give a more sort of technology perspective to this. So my team and I, we spend all our time finding and working with founders that work on solutions across electrification, biotechnologies, the sort of nature tech world, and digitalization AI, which brings efficiencies. And whilst my work is fully sort of Europe, North America, I have been incredibly positively surprised, these few days to see that there's such a big overlap with what Bhutan is trying to achieve as well. And I think there's been a lot said today and in the past few days around the sort of green power side of things. We can touch upon that later. But perhaps I can give a bit of a different perspective on the nature side of things. There were several panels today on carbon, right, and what Bhutan could do for carbon. I've myself been in and out of carbon markets for the past 20 years, so it's a market that has its own, boom and bust. But carbon is, provided you can get to the right standards, you could calculate carbon, but then you get to all these additional benefits, And today is like, I have 5 orangutans, you have 10 gorillas, and you have 20 elephants. Who gets the bigger price? It's this, right? The biodiversity world is going through its own technological revolution, which is really linked to the fact that genomics, the sequencing of DNA, is on the fastest declining cost curve that we've ever seen. It's about 1.5 times faster than the Moore law, which was the semiconductors law it's now kind of dead. And between, especially in the past 15 years, the cost of sequencing DNA is now so cheap that you can look at doing this in nature, not just on human bodies, which is where we originally sort of started looking at that. So the monitoring of biodiversity happens to be an enormous business, especially regulated. You know, you can't run a power plant without figuring out what it does to the fish. You know, some people might know nuclear plants in France famously have to shut in the summer when it gets too hot. Otherwise, as they push the hot water in the rivers, they kill fish. Though for those of you from the United Kingdom, you might know that it's impossible to build anything if they find a little salamander, like a crested newt in your ponds. It's an enormous market globally, which is still done by people that come, you know, with a nest and a camera and they hid behind a tree, right? And that's all been disrupted by DNA sequencing, which is called environmental DNA, eDNA. One of our companies, Nature Metrics, is now the world leader in that. And obviously, that's not a way to make money for Bhutan, right? That's a way for companies that come to Bhutan to figure out what is really there. But what is really interesting, you know, as you go from carbon, think about this macro, you know, I have 5 orangutans, you have 10 elephants. Then you go to the eDNA, which figures out what are all the species that actually live in that particular part of the world, part of your biome. And then you go down to the next layer, right? All the catalysts of life are done by enzymes, proteins, right? There's not a single biological catalyst or like a change that does not happen because of enzymes. If you worked for a pharma company before 2014, and you came on holidays to Bhutan, they would tell you, well, can you please put a little bag of soil in your bag when you come home? That was biopiracy, right? And there's been many cases where people developed, there was a famous cactus from South Africa, that was developed into a drug, and then the indigenous community in South Africa was like, well, we would like part of these proceeds. And so the UN got together, and in 2014, they passed something called the Nagoya Protocol, which forbids the exchange of this sort of biome, DNA, nature-derived sequencing, unless it is done in a legal way. Because the world had no legal way of doing that, that stopped. So today we only know about 1% of biomes that actually occur in nature. But there's been enormous businesses, you know, you might have heard of companies like Zymergen, which sort of had its boom and bust as well, that were built on the idea that from this 0.01%, you could then sequence new proteins created synthetically in a lab that could be used for, you know, whatever, drugs, food, cosmetics, whatever it might be. It hasn't really gone well. Now, with the advent of AI, and the fact that we can train very complex model on incredibly complicated data, you can apply this to biodiversity. And so think about, you know, Spotify. So many of you will know Spotify. If I'm an artist and you listen to my music, I'll get royalties, thank you very much. And the algorithm of Spotify will enable that you find the music that you like, right? So translate this to the world of biodiversity. I am Bhutan, I sit on this enormous biodiversity. How do I monetize, right? How do I get in a very transparent and legal way my data into a system that will then enable, you know, a new drug, a new cream, a new glue, whatever it might be, by making that 0.001%, you know, towards 5 and 10% over time, because everything we need is in nature. We just have never found it. And so that system today exists, right? Which is really bringing together genomics together with AI. The company that does this, you can look them up, they're called Basecamp Research. They work with many of countries such as Bhutan to enable them to get royalties from this enormous biodiversity wealth, which as we get to understand biology, which kind of is the last of the scientists that was still in the world of randomness, it's now getting to quantification, will be possibly a much bigger wealth than carbon will ever be, because it's linked on sort of very deep science as opposed to this sort of, you know, ebbs and flows of kind of a fake market, right, which is carbon.
Okay, just remember, you can ask your questions. If you're sitting in the audience, do scan that barcode there with your phone. You then put your question through, and I'm going to go through as many of them as I can towards the end of this session for any of our brilliant panelists. Irina, that is fascinating there, and that technology would be amazing. At the moment, though, everyone talks about hydropower here, and in this region as a huge draw for sustainable investments. Is that Bhutan's secret weapon?
So I think that could be. So the world today is very short green electrons. But green electrons of a particular form, they have to be firm, 24/7, 365 days a year. Your rooftop solar is not going to do it, right? Solar on average generates 20% of the time. Wind, it's about the same. Offshore wind is maybe a little bit better. And so the question for Bhutan is, how do you go from selling the rough, sort of the raw commodity, which is these cheap electrons to India, to upscale and sell something which is a lot more valuable, so then you have more sort of foreign reserves that can stay in the country. The obvious ones are data centers, and I had some conversations here and there with people. Data centers they have to be on 99.999% of the time, right? So solar is not going to help you there. Even if you do solar plus lithium battery, you're still going to get there. You're still not going to get there. I'm really not an expert in this country or to understand, like the obvious thing would be to build dams. You have run-on river, which is great when the water's there, but it's not great when you have to store. There might be other types of long-term technologies, that long-term duration storage that is now being implemented around the world could be. But maybe my obvious, and maybe some of these questions, have already been answered, but in the US, there was a news last week that Microsoft is restarting how's it called, 3 Mile Island. That is a nuclear power station where there was the only nuclear accident that ever happened on US soil. Is it 3 Mile? I forgot the name of the power station. 3 Mile Island. And that just went through the news, no reaction. The public, the financial institutions, that would have been impossible after Fukushima, right? The world has now moved on. So if you can bring 3 Mile Island back to life, which is a bit like bringing Chernobyl back to life, this is as toxic as it gets. Why can you not get tech companies to come here and pay for these technologies? They're still somehow experimental in terms of long storage duration, to bring that sort of firm power based on hydro that you have to build data centers and then keep money here as opposed to selling, because selling power at $40 a megawatt hour to India is...
Well, that's a good question, Dorji. Why don't you do that? Why don't companies bring here and use the hydropower here and set up their shop here so that it all stays within Bhutan and harness that power?
Well, as of the present moment, I think our capacity, we have really not harnessed the full potential of generation from hydropower energies. Obviously, like what Irene mentioned, the future would be how we really add value to the raw power would make sense for us. And particularly, I must add on, we see as green hydrogen as another option to act as a battery for power storage in the future. And definitely, if we realize our full potential, I guess this is the policy. The policy is oriented towards how we can really capitalize and add value to the raw energy that we are producing.
Joyce, what are the key challenges, do you think, in Bhutan setting up ESG reporting and establishing transparent frameworks to do that? And how can the country overcome the challenges so that it can set that up and attract more ESG investors?
So I think that just some of the presentations we heard earlier today, one of the real issues is that climate change is a collective action problem, but we don't have a collective framework that's in place. That there are real differences between countries on what they require. So in Europe, there is much more of a mandate. For disclosure, for what you need to do, for what the reporting requirements are. Whereas in the United States, it's really kind of up to the individual companies, to set their own policy. But I think the key thing is if Bhutan moves towards a capital market strategy, they will have to come up with regular reporting. So numbers need to come out on a routine basis. If you're issuing in the capital markets, you have to have liquidity and routine pricing as well for the instruments. And then there's the whole issue of how you measure the outcomes. And this comes back to the greenwashing problem. And I remember I was talking to someone on ESGs, and they're like, well, at an ESG bond they were doing, they were like, well, we're going to measure the rhinos. And I thought, oh, rhino startups. And they said, actually, the number of rhinoceroses there are. And I said, well, that's just probably not going into the JP Morgan index then. You have to come up with something that's more scalable than that, right? And so remember that when you're issuing these bonds, some of them have a minimum size that has to be $500 million, right? You need to report on the metrics and price it daily. So it's a different level of transparency. And that's why I do think that for Bhutan, it's a sequence of steps. With blended finance, which is 70% official financing, blended finance with private financing, targeting the right kinds of investors to make sure that you have a very successful start to this. And then you go to what we've worked with at JP Morgan. So, in the United States, it's up to the companies to decide what they want to do. So JP Morgan had set a target that we want to raise $2.5 trillion by 2030 in financing, work with companies to raise this by 2030, $2.5 trillion to meet the ESG, the SDG goals, And they set a target that by 2030, we want to have all of our electricity funded by renewables, but that was by the company, it wasn't mandated. So there's also like which investors will, buy more of these instruments. There's sovereign wealth funds and pension funds. There's also European investors that have it much more in their mandate. So it's developing a strategy that then meets the European reporting requirements. It's working with the official creditors as well. And then it's thinking about what are measurable outcomes that can be scaled.
So Bhutan would have a choice, the way that you described it, between whether companies would be in charge of it or the government itself. That's what you're saying is the difference around the world.
The U.S. is different, and there's a lot at stake with the elections that are coming up.
Well, what's at stake?
Well, I think that, first of all, one of the very
When you said rhinos, I thought you meant Republicans in name only. So let's go into U.S. politics then. What's at stake?
So what's at stake in the U.S.? So if you take a look at the Inflation Reduction Act, which only came into place in August of 2022, it has been a turning point for clean energy investment in the U.S. There's been more than 300 projects, about $400 billion. Now, that's going to the U.S. It's not going to other parts of the world. And the ironic thing is 80% of that has gone to red states. So I don't think that's going to be reversed. Other things could be reversed, like maybe you don't get consumer credits if you're buying electric vehicles if there's a change in administration to Trump. But I do think that you've hit this turning point in the US. And if you look at total energy investment last year, the $3 trillion that went in, $2 trillion was for clean energy. So even with some of these political differences, we're still seeing some progress going forward. But there's quite a lot at stake. And the US itself is polarized. If you look at public opinion polls, 62% of the people who support Harris say that climate change is important. Only 11% of the Trump supporters say that. And when Trump was in office, you had 100 environmental regulations reversed. There's a whole question on what happens with the Paris Agreement because this is a collective action problem. But I think the one thing that is really powerful is just how much money has come into clean energy since the Inflation Reduction Act, because it really was game-changing in that way. And I don't see it being reversed because it has created jobs. The governors in the red states are very proud of the jobs and the money that has come into the states.
Okay, last few minutes to get your questions in. Scan the barcode. And I will try and get through as many as possible. When we were discussing earlier as a group, we hit upon a very interesting question, which has to do with the fact that it's Sustainability Day here at the forum, as you all know. The difference between sustainability and ESG. Who wants to kick this one off? Ron.
I'll have a stab at that. Yeah, we talked about the weakness of the ESG standards. So what is genuine sustainability? Day before yesterday, I was so impressed with the former president of Colombia, and he said to make peace, you have to swim against the tide. And he gave examples of how he himself was called a traitor. I was very, very moving. And I think it's the same here, except here, what you're swimming against is huge. It is this global economic system which is destroying the planet, quite frankly. It is. And I think we have to tackle those tough questions. Okay, so give me 1 second to come back to gross national happiness. What's genuine sustainability? So there are 4 fundamental principles. Environmental sustainability. Interestingly enough, by the way, these principles are symbolized by the Tak Sing Chundruk, the tiger, lion, Garuda, dragon, the 4 animals that you see all around the country, wherever you go. So the tiger reflects walking mindfully in the forest, treading lightly on the earth. It's the environmental sustainability pillar. The image of the snow lion is kind of playfully, cheerfully jumping on the mountain peaks. That represents human society, human culture, the joy of community bonds. The tough one is the third of the animals is the Garuda, which is the mythical bird that lives only in the sky, is born fully grown. And from that bird's eye perspective, the whole view of the economy changes. Then you begin to get an understanding of what sustainable economy actually means. From that perspective, from a bird's eye perspective, you're already satisfied. The whole world is your oyster, so to speak. It turns the engine of our present economic system, which feeds on endless desire, on never being satisfied. In a true gross national happiness economy, the advertising industry would cease to exist, because it's based on this, fueling this lack of satisfaction, this endless desire. And from that point of view, maybe some parts of the world don't need more economic growth. Maybe they've grown too much, to such an extent that they've depleted the world's resources. Maybe countries in Africa, countries that are at low standards, perhaps they need growth, but this whole notion that we need economic growth is a catastrophe for the whole view of sustainability.
Okay.
We're not capable of, we're already overshooting the world's capacity to replenish its resources by 70%. And if everyone were to live at United States or North American standards of living, we would need 4 more planets. We don't have them. So from that point of view of sustainability, it brings together the ecology and the economy in a way that Lord Nicholas Stern, who spoke this morning, he was really the pioneer in really talking about the relationship of economics to climate change costs. The last of the animals is Druk, the dragon, which represents wisdom, the ability to make good policies that actually lead us towards what Trungpa Rinpoche called creating enlightened society. So, but Bhutan is going to have to swim against the tide. It has all the ingredients to take the leadership. It's a very sophisticated and powerful holistic philosophy of development. It's very practical. It has a policy screening tool that you can run policies by, whether they adhere to these standards or not. So it has all it needs, but it requires swimming against the tide.
Well, Mark, may I add
yes.
2 points on ESG? I think
that was for you, Ron.
Greenwashing is a big concern to the investors.
Yes.
Internationally. But for Bhutan, our commitment to environmental stewardship is very evident, like what Joyce mentioned. The constitutional mandates it. Today, about more than 70% of our land coverage is under forests. The capacity of carbon sequestration is about over 9 million tons of CO2. So it's very evident. And when it comes to social empowerment, again here, as a human-centric development model, we also stress on creating a fair and just society. And in itself is, besides emphasis and commitment on governance, good governance, I guess for Bhutan, especially for Bhutan, I cannot speak for the rest of the world, but especially for Bhutan, for us, in true spirit, we follow the ESG principles as well as the values. So for us, the concern of greenwashing, we have to throw it out of the window. It's evident. that we are very strong on those values.
All right, we've got some great questions from the audience here. Thank you all very much. Dorji, I might start with you. Is it in the interests of neighbors for Bhutan to be sustainable? Is it in the interests for neighbors, your neighbors, for Bhutan to be sustainable?
Obviously, like I said, climate change is a big concern. And if Bhutan can, the forest coverage, the carbon sequestration capacity, if we can work towards absorbing as a lungs for the neighboring countries, why not? I guess it feels very appropriate for Bhutan to pursue this path.
I mean, it looks quite good compared to its neighbors, doesn't it?
We have been following this since, I guess, like I said, since the advent of modern economic development. So I guess it's very deeply rooted in our strategy as well as DNA.
I want some of your diplomatic skills for later, please. Right, I'm going to go to Joyce for this one. Joyce, if the return, that's not the question. Let me find the one I wanted to ask you. These are great questions, thank you. As a part of the global community, how susceptible is ESG and sustainable investment to global unrest that is prevalent in Europe and West Asia?
No, I think that's a great question because in 2020, everybody was writing, we were writing, ESG is going into the mainstream. And 2020, 2021 were years where we set up the first indexes, we set up our development finance institution. Then you had 2022, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, you have the Middle East conflict, and the focus on energy security. And that's why in the United States, a lot of people don't even talk about or say ESG anymore. They've turned it into sustainability, which can be then really looked at more as focused on clean energy and on energy transition rather than on the S and the G, the social and the governance goals. Sustainability, I think, to many in the US means that there's not as many metrics that you necessarily have to report on. These are longer term goals. So the geopolitics has made a big difference into how this is developing as an asset class. It's become more focused on sustainability than on ESG. And we're also seeing that in keeping the global unity together, it's become more complicated, as well. And that's why I think it is, very important that, this gets couched in, the energy transition itself that we're all part of, and that we make sure that, we have a diversity of instruments, and approaches we can use to try to reach the goals.
Okay. Here's one. Irina, it says, there are many content creators and influencers today. How do you see us integrating with the field of monitoring biodiversity and preservation?
Yeah, influencing is not something I know much about. I don't know. I have no idea, but that is not my world. But maybe.
No, but how are you going to spread the message?
Yeah.
Using the latest tech and the latest...
Science has never been very good at explaining it in simple messages. We heard the GMO message is so straightforward, right? And you still have most of Europe that believes that GMO is bad, which is the biggest idiocy, right? But science is generally not very good at explaining science. So perhaps we do need more Brian Coxes, right? We need more people, or David Attenborough, more people that explain in very simple words, because I think we as in-field practitioners will always be guilty of going, after 5 seconds you lose people because you go too deep, too quickly, right? So that's a skill that I certainly don't have, but certainly welcome people that have that. But I think on the ESG, I'll just add one more thing. I think the people that started it, obviously, they were the best possible intentions, right? And I think many of the people that created ESG are now horrified where we got to. My perspective is that the original sin was to put the G in there, because the governance is the most basic due diligence that every investor in the world should be doing, so why the hell does it have to be this separate thing? And then when you're left with E and S, you then have another problem. E is based on science, S is based on values. So the S degenerated into woke and all that stuff. And it kind of lost perspective, what does that have to do with the science that is behind climate change? And so today we have these three very disparate things that sit together in ESG, which means absolutely nothing, right? And ESG, I suspect, will very quickly be, in the graveyard of past terms, and it will be replaced by something else. It's not going away. It's just that those three things together really have nothing to do one with another, in my mind.
Maybe I could just add one comment that, that a lot of the reason why companies in the US really have to act is because of what the younger generation is asking for. So there's a shareholder interest, but there's also that for younger employees, cost of living is the #1 concern, but climate change comes out in the top 3. So it really varies by generation. So it is really nice to see so many young people, at this, conference, because there are some real generational, just differences. But I agree that ESG right now is in the U.S. not even really, referenced anymore. It's become sustainability.
Okay, one last question. This says Ronald, but it could be Tashi, right? Ronald says Bhutan has all the ingredients, but to move forward, it is pulled by the global system. Why? How is the global system holding Bhutan back?
Oh boy, I can't answer this in a political...
You've got 1 minute, 49 seconds.
Okay, it's not possible to be politically correct here. I think it's time for us to ask really tough questions. This global political system, this global economic system has a name. It's called capitalism. It's brought tremendous benefits in transportation, medicine, in all kinds of ways, but has that system passed the point where benefits exceed harms? So I think we have to begin to... Other economic systems have come and gone. Slavery has come and gone. Feudalism has come and gone. Is it time to look beyond the way this present system works? Now, I think that Bhutan has to do two things simultaneously, which are tough, hard to do. One is to look internally, because it has the values, it has the wisdom traditions, it has its capacity to show a new way forward. And it has to look out to say, it's very significant to me that the fourth king, when he coined this word, gross national happiness, he didn't say gross national happiness is more important than gross national product for Bhutan. He didn't say for Bhutan. It was a universal statement. It was for the world. The world needs this. So that's the looking out part. But the sources of this new way forward lie within. They lie within the Buddhist tradition. They lie within the formulations of gross national happiness. They're here. They're right at Bhutan's fingertips. But it could be a genuine model for the world. That's the looking out part.
Okay. Before we thank all our panelists, I just want to say that because it's the last event, we do have a little special treat for you, a little video coming up, so don't go anywhere. It's raining anyway. You don't want to move at this moment. So stay there for a couple of minutes, and we'll bring you that in a second. But for now, a huge thank you to Joyce, Irina, Ron, and Dorji. Okay. Welcome, Your Majesties. Everybody, you have survived the Bhutan Innovation Forum, 3 days, and you have all made history. Please give yourselves a round of applause. You have all made history. This is the biggest event of this type ever to be held in Bhutan. We've been discussing sustainability, entrepreneurship, AI, innovation, mindfulness, investments, art, design, and a lot more. And it's been thanks to all the speakers and guests and all the energy that has filled this hall in the last 72 hours. And I want to show you a little video of what you've all achieved. Wow. You know, since His Majesty led the Chipdrel and Malchang ceremonies, we have seen Nobel laureates, CEOs, politicians, experts, Evan Spiegel, Joseph Stiglitz. We've had fun. As I said, it was the big, where we have the figures here, it was the biggest ceremony. We like figures on the news. 630 international participants, 700 people from Bhutan here. It's the biggest conference Bhutan has ever held. And we'd like to thank somebody very much for organizing this conference. Our deepest gratitude to His Majesty. Thank you from all of us. Thank you from everybody. What a success this has been. And it's been a lot of hard work behind the scenes. We've got a lot of people to thank for all of this. The National Land Commission team, Mindful City team, the Global Mindfulness team, the Global AI team, Druk Holdings, the Royal Government of Bhutan, many, many more. Also Dasho Gautam Penjor, the chairman of the BIF, who's the secretary of the National Land Commission, and his team for overall coordination, including Druk Holdings and the investment CEO and the team, the Druk Gyalpo Institute's entire management team and for the venue setup. Dr. Hamid Rashid, thank you very much. The Global AI team, all the people working behind the scenes here doing the sound and the lighting. I've never experienced conference production like this before. It has been seamless, really has been fantastic. And so, I'm sure I've forgotten to thank other people, so thank you to everybody that I've forgotten to thank. That's it, you. I wanted to thank you. I knew there was someone else. Lastly, most importantly, thank you to everybody for coming all this way and for putting your all into it. The enthusiasm on the third day of a conference is never like this. The last day of a conference never looks like this. This has been phenomenal because of this special energy that has been created. Now, two things before you go out. We're asking you to give your feedback. Do spend 5 minutes, please, giving your feedback. We would really appreciate that. And there's also been, the whole time, a special graphic recording that Samantha mentioned going on. So there'll be visual minutes of the whole 3 days, and hopefully all of you will be receiving a data file on that. But for now, head straight over to the Founders Court. You might need an umbrella for lots more fun, to congratulate yourselves and each other, to continue networking and to have a lot of fun. A final thank you to their majesties, and thank you to you for coming to the Bhutan Innovation Forum. Goodbye. There's one more thing. So we request for you to stay in your place for a photo opportunity. So don't move. A photo opportunity with His and Her Majesty. And then we can get to the live music and drinks for our festive farewell reception in the Founders Hall. So is the photographer coming here? Great. I'm going to, right? Coming to join you. Ooh.